Hello, folks. Huh. No, it doesn't even focus. But I got a notification that I'm live. Weird. Paul, Marie, Tracy, Jennifer, Tommy, Jill, welcome. Eric, good to see you. Thanks for the sub recently. Bumcrack, hello. 45 minutes yet. 50 minutes to go on this thing. Hi, Kathy. Man, I can watch that 3D printer all day, you know that? I made her one of those, Jill. It's only bigger. 1.5 times um, bigger. Hey Neville, thanks for stopping in. It does not have a name. I've called it piece of shit, shitbox, fucking thing, garbage, stupid thing. That's about it for names. Basically, all the bad things that I've ever been called my whole life. Um, Eric, it's not going to do much. I'm basically getting a few Christmas presents done up with it. But like this one, I'll make it full screen here. That background is going to be red, and the letters are going to be yellow. Like I'm going to paint them up Hot Wheels colors, right? Make it all, make it look legit. Hey, John, good to see you. Steve, good to see you. Right on, Kathy. I got a, maybe my cha-ching helped your cha-ching. Because I got one of those a few minutes ago, too. Yeah, I made a whole $15 today. Paid for the power and the food today. That's about it. And a little bit of TV I watched. I think so, Paul. When one person wants to spend money, someone else wants to spend money. People are sheep. Impersonate Tommy, impersonating Todd. Paul Turner, welcome to chat. Mary, welcome to the Mary. How many times do you ever get called Mary? So I fucked that up already. Second, my brain just pooped. Second name in there. Take it slow. Use your words. It started well. Right? Paul Turner, welcome to chat. Marie Perlet, welcome to the chat. Uniquely Me, Tracy, welcome to the chat. Jennifer Hayes, welcome to the chat. Tommy Bernard, welcome to the chat. Jill, welcome to the chat. Let's see. Eric Liddy, welcome to the chat. Bump Cart Picker, welcome to the chat. Is that all of you? Jennifer Hayes, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Dad's Vintage Garage, welcome to the chat. Let's check the chat. You can do it, right? Confetti, 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 confetti. One of these days, I'm going to have a bucket of red and white confetti. If I could find red and white confetti, I'd use that. It's not copying Todd, it's expanding on his concept. Yeah, I hear you, Marie. I get called Clint, Phil. I get called Phil a lot. I don't know why. I know two Phils, and they don't look like me. I don't get it. My neighbor's name is Phil. He's a cool dude. Right, Marie? I can understand Clint. Because most of the time Clint is a fat dude. I know someone named Clint, and he's a fat white dude with glasses. Illiterate or dyslexic. So yeah, I broke 100, broke that 100 mark um, today. Thank you for the new subscribers. It's not really something I'm after, but it happened, and I'm grateful for you guys probably taking time out of not really doing much of anything and hanging out with me. But I did say that 100 mark I would start. I would make a pre-recorded video, just kind of introducing myself, and I'll probably introduce this wee hamlet of mine. Um, yeah, that other pre-recorded video that I uploaded today, that really wasn't much of anything. That was just embedded video in an eBay listing because I couldn't. Because if you watch that video, it's two strings of lights that spin around in circles and turn on and off to make the design on the dome. And I was having a hell of a time getting a decent picture of it, so I just used the video. Because one picture would come up only half covered, and then another picture would come up, the other half would be covered. It really wasn't enough to overlay the two images together, so video it is. I missed something. The tree frogs. Marie, it is not printing color. Well, it is. No, it's not. White. White is the absence of color, I believe. Steve would know. I've always, I believe white is the absence of color and black is the presence of all colors. I think that's how that went. It only looks blue because that's what the program is set to show the path. And the red that you see going around is where the 3D is where the commands are set, are being sent to the printer. Yeah, white is no color, black is all colors. Huh. But anyway, the printer, the extruder itself is yeah, it's about a half second or so behind the red line. Just what basically time it takes to get through the USB cable. Yeah, because I figured white is no color because white is the color of purity. Fleeker. Jill, let's just sit around a circle and celebrate our confusion. We'll eat some s'mores and sing Kumbaya. I did not know that, Steve. Whoops. You don't need to see what I'm looking at. Huh. Yeah, Paul, you won't be able to see my history on this computer. I have another computer for that. Yeah, if all three primary colors of light are mixed in equal proportions, the result is neutral, gray or white. I had to look it up. I just looked it up out of curiosity because I've never heard of that. But yeah, it makes sense. I could actually shamelessly show you my browser history on this machine because this is my gaming and business machine. My playing around computers in the other room. So in this computer, it is, I'll even read you down the line. eBay, YouTube, StreamYard, and I recently did a Google search for red, green, and blue. It even shows my iPhone history on this computer under the History tab. Huh. I'm more connected than I thought. Jill, I have this machine and a laptop. And I'm... I'll show you, since we're all friends. And some of you that are into computers might either be impressed or unimpressed. I have two. One that I'm leaning towards building and a budget build. What? No, this is the US site. It's .com. I don't want, oh, I guess I have to go there and just click the flag. I was like, $778, that shit's on sale. See ya. Get in a car and drive up to Edmonton. There, that's a little better. Not sure if y'all can see that or if it's blurry at all. Well, that's what I was leaning towards. My budget build is an AMD machine, but I might put together a machine that's similar spec to this one, using AMD. I've got more history with Intel machines, so I'm more comfortable with it. Just use your fingers, Marie. Make it bigger. Turn it sideways. And go like that. Help you out a tiny little bit. Then I can even go like that. Help you out a little bit more. But it's this machine would be all solid state. No and I might bump that power supply up a little more so I don't have to upgrade it in the future. Because the machine I'm on now is, god damn it, it's like 12 or 13 years old. I mean, to upgrade one thing, I have to upgrade another. In order to upgrade that, I have to upgrade something else. And by the time I can upgrade one thing, I might as well just gut it and start over. Hashtag frustrating. That's the first time I've ever used that annoying moniker. No, it isn't. It's just the first time it was depressing. Tiffany, what's up, girl? And my budget build isn't much of a budget build. It's about a third the price. And it's probably a little less than a third of the machine. But it's something, it's also a machine that'll last me about 5 years or so, before it would need any real upgrading. Hey, Barb. Tiffany, or I'm making one of them again, but it's bigger. The old one only came up to about there, from there to there. So it's about 1.5 times bigger. It's just really, it's just be easier to paint than this guy. Oh, I'm sorry. There. How were we not on Facebook? Honestly. Then I got a whole bunch of unanswered friend requests from a weird list of people. I gotta go way back up and see everything I missed. Vax computers. That's cool, Steve. Cha-ching! Right on, Kathy. Yeah, Jody, we were just talking about computers and how many machines I had and what my new one is going to look like or be like. Yeah, Jill, it's this one might be easier for me to paint because I can get into the nooks, but I can't really get into the crannies on that one. So I'm making a bigger one so I can get into all the nooks and crannies. Be easier to paint because I don't have a real steady hand when it comes to fine fine motor movements. Tub time, D. Think of me. Xerox Alto computer. I've heard about the Alto. Turns plastic soda caps into printer elements. Wow, that'd be cool. Don't forget the bubbles. $50 on Friday. Holy cow. No, Paul, this, yeah, I don't know. Just kind of a standalone thing. What if I can make one just as big as the one that's on, say, 50 is a new 20. I got, I got a, don't let the gray fool you. I got a ways to go yet. Huh. Paul's got my gears going now. Because concern it, it's almost the same size. One of them things. Darn near the same size. Line up that, yeah. Almost. There that goes. Yeah. Made me fall out of the chair. I wonder what would happen if I fell down, couldn't fall up, and 15 people from around the world are calling 911. They don't know where to send the ambulance. That'd be interesting. Yeah, Tiffany, that I felt the chair wanted to kick out on me. It would have kicked up against the shelf, knocked the 3D printer on the ground, then I'll have filament squirting all over the place. See, that's something else, Judgment Carry. You run my IP address, it shows up in Ontario. That's a little off. Yeah, it would have to be Jody. He's the closest, and he kind of knows where I live. And that's weird, Eric. I don't even use a VPN on this machine. That's my internet provider. You just search my IP address and it comes up in Toronto. Marie, you can't see the people in the basement unless you turn that one thing on the shelf. And then you can open the door. But there was a I guess you could call him a DJ on satellite radio on the Road Dog network. He his name was the Truckin' Bozo. Dale Summers was his name. Really, really kind-hearted dude. And he is either in just outside Chicago or in his home in Florida when he's doing a show. And There's this one girl that was a cashier at a gas station in Alabama, had phoned in, and they were talking, and when they were on the phone, a guy had come into the gas station to rob the place. And Dale Summers actually looked up the phone number she was calling from and got the address for that phone number and called 911, asked to be directed to the 911 operator in Alabama. And yeah, he basically called 911 for this girl. So that was really cool. Why? I was just about to click decline on that little invite, Tiffany. Decline should have not been the uh, first option there. Anyway, but yeah, Dale Summers had actually passed away 5 years ago or so, and he had 3 different parking lots available for his funeral. 2 of them were parking lots that were big enough for big trucks to pull into. And the other one was by the church for cars, and they had shuttle buses from those other 2 parking lots. These things are cool. I like it. But there's no blade. I wouldn't be spinning it around like this if the blade was out. Or I could be like Craig, sit there, the Scotty peeler right beside my eye. Catching shit from hip flipping mama for doing that. That was funny. She was on my show, and she's like, Craig, I'm going to come through there and slap you in the head. If you guys haven't watched that last movie that Dusty Blonde put out, that was funny. God, though. She lets out a sigh. And for those of you who don't know, Dusty Blonde and Snobby Scrap Picker are a couple. And she sighed, gave the one of those, and then brings out the blade on a knife. And then Snobby goes, well, there's no need to get. And the video goes dead. The video stops. It was priceless. Wow, it's a long ways down there. Jesus H. Mother Mary. 200 and subscribed to like 250 different people. And like 200 of them are resellers. And just about all of them are truly amazing people that I feel honored to have them in my life, to be absolutely honest with you. Great bunch of people. Oh, that's Dusty's video, Marie? Yeah, I just went to grab the link for that. But I love that UK accent because they could be absolutely polite and sound like it would sound like an insult, and they could be giving you the most raunchiest insult you've ever heard they could ever tell you, and it sounds like the most polite thing that you've ever heard in your life. It's awesome. $10. Yeah, right. Right, Eric? That is an invite, Steve. I am at 10:30, Eric. I mean, I can't have like 6 people on. Weird internet cap that I have. Um, but I'll let 1 or 2 of you on. Yeah, for those of you who don't know the story, I'm on a rural internet package, and I have a cap of 100 gigabytes every month. It's stupid. And I was watching. For some reason on my graph, it just skyrockets the more people I have on, like my internet use. So I just have to watch that until I can get a better system. Yeah, and like Tiffany, it was the best available to me in my area at the time, other than what that guy can put out. I would love to make people pay to come on, but I don't know. When you gotta pay to play. And I just flash that on the top of the screen like a VLT machine, eh? And every now and then, one lucky person will push the button and it'll be free. But yeah, I tried to, oh my good God, holy hell. I asked them for, like, innuendo aside, I asked for a larger package. And they sent me a price list that any more data than what I've got now, it was working out to fuck near $1 a gigabyte. So 250 gigabytes a month, which was their biggest, came to $247 a month. And I'm saying, you want to suck my what? Yeah, that Tiffany, I had to add that little disclaimer to innuendo aside. But but yeah, Tommy's show is to get that shit out of your system and then kind of be an earth roaming human on this show. Because it's fun once in a while, but you know, there's some chaps that it's just over and over and over and over. I mean, and I'm like, shut up! It's getting old. And but anyway, it's $250 a month for 250 gigabytes, and I came across an internet plan that's LTE based. Uh, that will give me 500 gigabytes for, I believe it's less than what I'm paying now for 100 on satellite. The thing is, I would lose my home number as well. Yeah, Neville, there's lots of folks that get unlimited for a wicked amount, but I don't have I don't have access to fiber optic internet, which is getting really big. Jody Matoma can attest to that. Like TELUS is basically taking over the province and putting fiber optic internet everywhere. But for the last 4 or 5 years, they've been telling me, oh, yeah, it'll be in next summer. Well, I haven't seen it. And I think right now I'm paying $85 a month for my 100 gigabytes. And the more. Yeah, I had when I lived in the city, when I was at college, we had ADSL, and like it was amazing until about 5:30 in the afternoon when everyone got home at work because I was in an apartment. And then it got super slow until supper time, and then it sped back up, and then it got slow again. And then right around midnight, you could download a full-length movie in about 4 minutes because everyone was in bed. I kind of enjoyed it actually. But yeah, my $85 a month for 100 gigabytes with this new company, it's going to be 500 gigabytes a month for $75 a month. The only thing I'm not sure of quite yet is if they have an outdoor antenna. Because if they have an outdoor antenna, it will be it'll be better. Because my house is on the outside of a corner lot and basically downhill from both directions. So cell service in the house is kind of rough. This thing's almost done here. Da-da-da-da. Turn off the bed, let it cool down. 2 minutes. Two. Concern it, it doesn't look that much easier to paint between the letters. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Na, 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 na. South Australia, I gotcha. I need to go to South Australia. South Australia, I gotcha. I need to go to South Australia. So, Marie, to answer your question a couple of weeks ago, it doesn't matter if I'm hosting a stream or just being on the panel if someone else is hosting. I have an equal data use between both of them.
Well, I thought it was just something to look at. Hello, Jill. Hello, everyone. I basically have unlimited, so.
Meanie.
I said basically.
It's not even. You would think it would prefer the quick 5 gigahertz wireless connection over the wired connection. No, it is.
Hello,
no, it's not. Oh.
It's done.
I didn't do it. My hands are in the air. I surrender. Ding dong. And I'm not even going to peel it off the bed just yet. I'm going to let it cool before I start tearing it apart. Because I peeled that off the bed when it's hot, and it's got a kind of a wow to it.
Dinner time.
Dinner time. I should have eaten dinner. I'd be less edgy.
Yeah, so I went to go get the computer and whatnot, my phone cord, and I come back to suck my. I'm like, what? Hold on, what I miss? Santa, you're up late. How you doing, Barry? Yeah, the cookies are done. Go get them out of the
oven. And that's the good bell. I would prefer that. Actually, that bell would be better if something went wrong, but that's okay. Jeez. And she just pops free. I like it a lot.
Good night, Tommy.
Oh, now you're going to bed? Thanks for stopping. Thanks for hanging out, Tommy.
Barry, I need a couple of those get out of free naughty cards, like a couple hundred of them. Or get off the naughty list.
I had
Cliff only lets me in if he thinks I'm gonna forget.
I had a sweater for Christmas that said, I bought Santa's naughty list on eBay and I'm fucking every bitch on it.
Oh!
And I wore that shirt everywhere, and I got scowled at by lots of people. One out of every 100 liked the shirt.
One year, I still have it. It says, "Dear Santa, I promise I've been nice."
But my new Christmas sweater, it's sitting on the dryer. It says, I was so good, Santa came twice.
I love that card idea, Perry. That's awesome. Cliff, have you met Barry? I just call him Santa because I love that. So that is Strictly Santa is Barry. And he looks like Santa. So go watch his videos.
Right now?
Well, no, not right now. When you have time. And you can pull yourself away from your new toy.
I love that excuse. When you have time. I think I'm subbed to the chat. I'm subbed to darn near everyone else. And I am. And he does look like Santa.
He does look like Santa, right? And he does Santa too. He's about to get really busy here pretty quick.
Yeah. That's right. Where you cut away from
Santa, you're crap.
That's why you cut away from yourself, children.
Did you just cut yourself?
Almost. I would have if I was cutting towards myself. Never cut towards your body or your buddy.
We were watching, I was in Johanna's live last night, and Justin used to cook, and he was watching her cut bell peppers. Oh, if he could have reached through that screen, he would have. He was sure she was going to cut her fingers off.
It helps to have skill with a knife, too. You know how much force and what kind of force you are putting on it. You don't have to have very much worry.
So, Jill, we put Christmas trees out for Halloween decorations, but we put them out and then we leave them out. And we redecorate them for Christmas. So that's your new channel, right, Rebecca?
Your audio's not working, brother.
It's not my audio this time, it's yours. I can hear Cliff, so. Okay, same channel, new name. I thought you were doing a total new channel.
Ha! Told you.
The Flipping Crooters is Rebecca. They just changed the channel name. I thought they were doing a new name, but they just changed her name. Because I was trying to figure out why I was already subbed.
I love Rebecca. She's cool people.
Yep. Is my audio working now?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, it is working.
It was working. What'd you do?
He fixed it.
Right?
What a silly question that was. So it's nice to meet you, Steve.
Is my audio working now?
Yes.
It's working.
Is it clear?
Mm-hmm.
It's a brand new
Crystal.
mic. This mic, it's either the worst or the best mic you can get for the money. This is a BM 800. They're in many versions, but if you keep it about this far away and just speak into it, I think that's its sweet spot. And using it like this, it'll perform like a several $100, or some people say it outperforms a couple $1,000 mic. I paid $27, give or take, for that, plus this, plus a pop filter, and a little audio card, USB for the computer.
You didn't have that the night you were on mine. Did you just get it?
I had this, Marie. It's
You're
just
not even in the same room.
I have a different computer in that room.
Oh, okay.
And something happened mysteriously about 22 or 23 hours ago. My internet bandwidth reliability and speed doubled or tripled.
As long as you don't say it broke after you were on my live, because that would be horrible.
No, it got better. It just took a week. This microphone is the first microphone I've ever had where I've heard myself after I've used it, and I sound like me.
Oh my God, I totally don't. I woke up, what was it? Cliff, I think it was the first live I was on you with. I woke up the next morning to my own voice. Justin was watching it. I was like, oh my God, I sound like crap.
And I didn't say I didn't sound like crap. I just said it sounded like me.
I was like, well, that waking up to your own voice is not exactly, what you want to wake up to.
Well, you don't hear what you really sound like, because what you hear when you speak, half of that goes into your inner ear before it even exits your head. It's kind of like putting on a pair of sunglasses and looking in the mirror to see what it looks like. It's absolutely pointless, because if you look into a mirror wearing sunglasses, you will never know what you truly look like, because the light goes through those sunglasses twice before it's registered into your brain. And he disappeared.
Oh, what happened? I got up. Justin still had the Bluetooth connected to his phone, and I'm like, what is that noise? And now Steve's gone. What is up with that?
If I had all the answers, I wouldn't be trimming a piece of plastic right now.
Right?
I'd be on YouTube doing something different.
Right, Eric? You're like, no, that's not me. Did you lose me too? Oh, you just made yourself bigger. Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't be that fortunate.
Oh, I love you too, Cliff.
So there's the old one. There's the new one.
Oh, I see. Nice. You get you one of those cool headsets to paint it like I have, so you can see jewelry and stuff that I always forget I have.
Headsets?
Yeah, it's still in the box somewhere.
For jewelry?
Yeah, I forgot I bought it. It's like a thing that you put over your eyes, the whole head thing that you put over your eyes, it's got a little loop on it so you can read jewelry. I always forget I bought it.
Was that what the Jewish guys wear in all those movies?
The what wear?
You know, the action movies. There's always the Jewish guy in the back room wearing them.
Probably, yeah.
What do you think of these diamonds, Avi? They are very beautiful diamonds, Avi.
I have one of those, but I always forget about it. Because my eyes are terrible.
Ooh.
All right, go bed. Hurry up, Dad's gonna go to bed. He dropped off. I'm not sure if he came back yet or not. Cliff's busy with a toy.
I'm busy playing with my toy. I thank you.
And I can't see if he's back there, so. He's got to put knock knock in the chat so I can see it and tell Cliff.
Doesn't have to.
You're the one that told me last time I wasn't reading the chat enough. And then when I did read the chat, you told me to be quiet. But you were playing with your new toys, so. I'm trying to think of where the heck that thing got put.
No, Jill, he's not. I might look a little goofy, but I am a very, very observant person. I scare most people about the details that I pay attention to. And I scare the crap out of myself by some of the details that I pay attention to.
I don't know where it went. But it didn't cost me very much money, Neville. It only cost me like $6 or something at Harbor Freight. I don't know if you guys have that. But it didn't cost a lot. Thanks, Tiffany.
Jody, are you still here, man?
Yeah, no, well, they're not very much here, but I mean, down there they might be, but I got mine at Harbor Freight. It was only like, I don't know, I think I spent a total of like $10 there that whole day, and I got a heat gun and that and something else, for a bunch of other things, but they were free, but I had a coupon for like 20% off, so it didn't cost me very much.
Murray, what was Thrifty Santa's name?
Barry.
Barry. See, I only need to be told twice at the most. But Barry, I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. I was thinking of just painting it up the proper colors and giving it away as a gift as is, and letting them do with that as they please. It was just random mucking around is all it was. But I have a couple of people in mind that might
Hello, Lynn.
That might like them. Take two.
Sorry about that, but my computer crashed.
Excuses.
Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. I now have hands-free microphone.
Ah.
Yeah, sitting on that switch attached to an old computer case. Didn't have anything else the right height.
Hi, Lynn.
Yeah, it takes a little while getting used to this. Lean this way to go that way. I got something I'm going to grab and I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, it does take a while to get used to that. And if you want to show somebody something, just put it in front of your face and shove it in there, or else you get like all weird.
And Jody, I was thinking about your request to do a shout out Edmonton 3D print. And since you're good with graphics, I might have a pretty easy price for you. But it's a little difficult to talk to you on video and you respond in chat, so I'm sure we'll touch base at some point. And thank you for the congratulations. But Steve, it's nice to meet you face to face, more or less.
Okay, I got something for people to wish my light was better here. But if you can see what this is, or at least somewhat looks like, this is an old time, I forget the right word for this, but might be graduate, might be something else. This is one that was etched with the hydrogen fluoride. The price on these things has skyrocketed in the past 5 or 8 years. I found out accidentally. I had these lying around and they were marginally worth selling before. Now they're maybe really worth selling. It's nothing fantastic, but these are, one this size is about $100. Used to be like 25 or 30. And then larger ones, like this, I haven't even found any of these for sale this size. And, you know, this is the old printing, the old designs. I'm sorry, it's not as clear as I'd like it to be. But if you see these sitting out somewhere, you know, chemistry, supply, a doctor's office, an old school even, you should probably grab them. So
CLR might clean that up a little bit without.
I think they were cleaner before. They've just been sitting for about 8 years with dust accumulating.
Yeah, CLR will clean that up pretty good.
That might be the first bolo on my channel.
Oh, good. Well, I'll give you another one.
So hold on, Steve. You had a question.
Uh-oh, I don't.
Is that a mortar and pestle behind Steve?
There probably is at least one, maybe a couple. Yeah, this one here, I guess that's what the one they're referring to. This is a real mortar and pestle. Okay, this is actually what you would use to prepare certain prescription type items. Okay, this is glass, this one. The one somebody might have seen maybe would have been these. And this is not real. This is a reproduction. It is brass and they are heavy. This is a reproduction of a very, very old style. And these are also worth money. They're probably $50, maybe a little more. And let's see, on the back of here, all I can make out, it says something AK5 on the bottom. But now these were part of a drug company promotion that I think they came with a deal. If you purchased a certain amount of stuff, you could get those. Yeah, drug companies didn't always bribe doctors. This is really nice not having to hold a mic.
You need, you need one of those.
I have one of these. This contraption. Yes. And just in case I need it, I have I have a wind filter. People tell me I have a lot of hot air, so maybe I need this. And then, well, Tracy's not here, is she? But I have a pop filter just to keep things safe. Pop, 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 pop. Purpose of a pop filter is to break up your air compressional wave.
Can you see the chat, Steve?
No, I don't have the chat. I just came directly back in. I should be able to get it, but I mean, half the stuff I normally have running is not running because I crashed. So let me call that up. What I found is really useful before for StreamYard is to go into Google Live, go into the live feed, and then to pop out the chat and close the main window.
I was going to phone.
So I'm going to do that. You'll see me, but I won't see you.
So Barry is asking, where did you purchase that microphone?
I got this microphone on eBay. The irony is I was trying to find this with an arm, and I couldn't find it with eBay search. They showed me an arm, which I ordered, which a drop shipper using Amazon Prime service directed to me, apparently in an automated system. Within 5 minutes of ordering it, I put a cancel request in. Well, I have the other one. It's a dispute, and this is something eBay is actually trying to reduce, is the number of people that automatically drop ship, especially from a retail channel. So this was on eBay. I think it was 24 or 27 bucks delivered. There are comparable ones. Now, they may have different names on them, but what to look for is BM800. I understand about 3 years ago, those were available, just the microphone, on Amazon Prime days for $4. I miss those. Do not think you can take this microphone and throw it around. It's a condenser mic, and to make this easier for people, you want to look for one that comes with the little black solid USB sound card. Do not buy the one that has a white sound card with a little cord on it. Those are very bad sound cards. If you're using a desktop computer and you have a pink input jack, like from a microphone, I believe this will work directly into it with its 1/8-inch plug. It's a condenser microphone, so it requires a little bit of power. And the series that I have gets its power from something, I think it's called plug-in power, which is a small voltage that many of like the webcams, the video cameras, many of the tape recorders, and I believe most desktop PCs supply that power. Your laptop probably does not. Hence, I needed the external sound card to make this work. You could also spend a lot more money and get a phantom power supply, but you don't need it.
I don't plan on getting that techie. My laptop works fine.
Well, this new one doesn't work fine. The other one, I could talk to you. And
This is the one we got for $1 at a yard sale.
Well, that's another thing. If you go to a yard sale and you happen to find, goodness gracious, 386, 486 early Pentium computers, especially if they have like, Windows 3, Windows 3.11, is probably the best version. Windows 98, Windows 95, Windows XP, there's a market for those buggers.
I miss XP. I really miss XP.
I liked XP too, and
It
unfortunately,
was their most stable system. That's why they dropped it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that one.
well, the biggest problem with XP and with Windows 7 was the way that they stored passwords. And it meant you could break half a password and then another half, which makes it a lot easier to get in. Instead of having to guess the magic number, you'd pick two less severe magic numbers. I'm currently running a version of Linux called Xubuntu. And I started with that because it was a little less demanding on the old computers for the widgets and everything you see on the screen. So I've stuck with that, and it's worked pretty well for me. Oh, God, Windows 8. Yeah, Windows 8. I had a computer that came with that. The computer didn't work right. The keyboard stopped working, and I never fixed it because it had Windows 8. I guess the best thing, is that the motherboard, I think I paid about $130 for that computer used. I brought it off of the same people, see if I can get the store right. It was a pawn shop in Chicago area that I think had a series called Extreme Pawn. So I purchased it from them. They wanted me to send it back. I didn't want to fool back and forth. And then I found out that particular laptop to change the keyboard is a disaster. Yeah. So anyway, it's just that. But the good news is that the motherboards apparently are in demand, so I can sell the scrap motherboard for about $70, $75, which makes no sense to me. I hate to do all reselling here, but there are many items that I found, little electronics. I'll mention two of them I looked at recently. One was a Sidewinder USB Microsoft joystick. There were like 8 switches on it, plus at least 3 different potentiometers on there. And the other one I looked at was an old Kindle, I don't know which version. It was a Kindle Fire, but back a bit. And what I noticed in the solds, I didn't see a pattern of exactly one price really dominating. What I saw was almost a 2-to-1 range that those things sell for. And it wasn't a question of what was recent, what was else. Maybe a little bit in keywords, which always pick your keywords and your title from a winning listing. But, maybe they were just feeding eBay an extra, 3, 4, 5, 11%. I don't know. But, the difference between selling something for $20 versus selling it for $40 means it's worth selling. And it's worth finding out when you have stuff like that. That's all. 2-to-1. One thing that still amazes me with the quality of phones and cameras is how many pictures I see that are just plain out of focus.
Thanks for stopping in, Neville. Have a good night.
I love you.
Night, Neville. Let me try to pull up my chat here.
Bye, Neville. Have a good day, bud.
Sorry, guys. I did not mean to monopolize the conversation.
I don't think we care.
Good. I'm safe. And of course, when I get my chat working, that's the first thing I hear. I did not mean to monopolize the conversation. Oh, that didn't work well.
We're supposed to be looking at your pics, Paul?
Yeah, for those of you in the chat that weren't around that night, I I believe it was the first night that Steve was in one of my shows when I was having problems with this 3D printer. And he actually reached out to a friend of his that came on to my show and helped me set it up. And I was literally at the point, Steve, where I was ready to part it out and scrap it and sell the filament that I had.
$208.
So now that I'm talking to you face to face, more or less, I wanted to thank you for that.
You are extremely welcome.
Oh, Cliffy, you've hit it big. The Treasure Hustlers are in here. Have you ever watched them?
Yeah, they were in my show last night,
Were
Jackie
they?
and
They're
Sam.
awesome.
It's good to see you again, girls.
Tell him, wait. Oh, Steve, Jill says, I learned a
Oh,
lot
here we
from
go.
listening to you, Steve.
What was that again?
Whoops.
Jill said she learned
one?
a lot from listening to you.
Tell her she has my apologies.
Yeah.
I try. My father used to say that to me. It said, Steve, you're trying. Really trying. I try for a joke. Oh, one last bolo for people. See if anybody can identify these. I'm going to pick just
Where's
one.
Eric? He probably could.
And I'm going to rotate.
No,
I know what they are. Oops, there's printing on there. But, yeah, there it is.
Aspirin?
No, nothing quite so therapeutic, I'm afraid.
No.
Let's see if we get the price on here. Oh, maybe that wasn't the price. It seems pretty high. These are things you might find even in people's houses. These are part of like homeopathic medicine. And the theory behind that is you dilute stuff, and the very best stuff, there isn't even a molecule of the thing you're trying to work with in it. But these things were really sold in drugstores. And there's some people still believe in homeopathy. It's okay. There are people that believe and show some evidence that water has memory too. So maybe there is something. Time to break out the swamp root. Let me see if I have some. Thirsty. Oh, here it is. Gonna have some swamp root. That's real.
Where do you find that stuff?
Can you make this large so people can see us? They won't see too many of these. This is genuine swamp root. The price on there at $1.35 means it's actually been repriced up from its original price. Okay. This is real stuff, guys. And it is so yummy. It is just so yummy. If that looks like muck out of the river, pretty darn close. Okay, now you see bottles that have the printing on them. And let's see if you get this up where you can see it. Diuretic to kidneys and mild laxative.
Well, that's
alcohol,
absolutely unappealing.
10%. I'll try to get this in here where you can really read this. Let's see. Rhubarb leaves, peppermint, rhubarb, root, mandrake. I have to turn around and read it here. Let's see. Venice turpentine. I know there's. I know this is old. So I think this is the one.
I was thinking the same thing, Paul.
Well, there's one of these things around here. I don't think this is it. I thought it was. That actually has cannabis in it. And that's before you had to get a special tax stamp from the Treasury. which only lasted for a few years. That's a scary thought, isn't it? So we'll be back to swamp root. Let's see, anything else really weird here? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the potassium cyanide for silver processing. That's real. It's not something you want to do inside for obvious reasons.
Right?
Mm.
Yeah. And let's see, anything else? I'm just looking around for weird stuff right now. Shouldn't take, I'm on a tether with these cords. Well, I'll do that sometime when I'm taking a break. I'll bring something weird over. Sometime I really have to go through. Found pictures of the old car. Well, maybe not our old car. Yeah. Okay. So, got a whole stack of these things. So, how's your printer working?
I love it.
How much longer?
It's just got one little glitch. The stepper motor that feeds the filament through the extruder skips every now and then.
The motor skips, or the mechanism that moves the filament skips?
The latter. And it doesn't, like, I can pull this I'll just do that. This sleeve that holds the filament, I can pull that up out of the way and then push the filament down, but it pushes back against my force as it's feeding. But I'll shut it down, let it cool down, and heat it back up, and it'll go through a print job no problem.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I could think of was maybe the extruder temperature got down too low, because the temperatures are usually increased for the first couple of layers, but that wasn't the case.
He's young, Tiffany. He can handle it. If I did one of those right now, I'd be up for days.
Yeah, Jody would drink one to wake up, and then you'd just drink another one to cancel that out and go to bed. Craig, my man, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Hey, Craig.
Was it just me, or was that hamster just giving her in that man's head? And then he disappeared.
He disappeared. Because I was going to see the other chat
Well,
up.
I see he disappeared.
Jackie posted something in there. I was going to see if he had the chat up yet, but I wish we had one of those Five Belows. I'd probably live there.
Yeah, for sure, Tiffany. I used to work with a guy, I think he was 19 or 20 at the time. And like he would go get drunk and party every night, and I'd see him with 4 Red Bulls first thing in the morning. And then at lunchtime, he'd buy 4 more Red Bulls from the lunch truck. So he drank 8 Red Bulls every single day. I have
Steve,
no idea how his heart stayed picking.
so do you have the chat up yet, Steve?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, I did for a second there. It's back where I can see it.
Let me go back. I gotta find it. I think I went too far. Jackie posted, dang, the estate sale we went to this morning, you would have been a great person to have with us, Steve.
Well, actually, Trish Hustlers, you bring out a very good point. I think that there are some of us that might actually like to tag along real time with people if you manage to get a camera or a glasses camera and a mic and an earphone. I could just imagine hopefully the controlled shout outs from the peanut gallery. Go back there. That's one of these. And I want to show you one more bolo. And this is an advertising cup from, I think, 1960. Could have been 59. And Cliff, I can sympathize with you about wanting to keep your phone number, because there's a story behind these, and people will see that I can do this right. Oh, gee, I just really am having trouble with my hands here. You can see the name on that, and that's that little town there called Schwenksville, and the phone number, AT7-3831. My father purchased these things by the thousand, and then very shortly after he had done that, the phone company came through and said, well, we're going to change the numbers from Atlas to 28. And they gave everybody no phone numbers. Yeah, that's all. But these little plastic advertising things from 50, 60 years ago, I looked these up before. They weren't worth very much, but I think that's changed over the last 5 or 6 years. So it's probably a little 6-ounce cup. I'm going to read to you what's on the bottom. I don't know if there's any merit to this. It literally says Merit Creations, made in the USA. And when I first looked at those things a long time ago, I concluded they weren't worth doing anything with. So I almost threw out a whole bunch of them. Scary, isn't it? Just a couple of years later, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, those are a repeat moneymaker. I've got some other computer punch cards. If you find those guys, consider grabbing them. They're just going to become trash for most people. And if they're unpunched, the very worst they are is great note paper. But wait a minute. On those punch cards, they're little numbers. And they're different designs from different places and different printing. True story, I almost threw out about $10,000 in punch cards. And I actually had them with me, ready to drop them in the trash. And a little voice went through my head. There was a guy that said, whenever you have a lot of nothing, you probably have something. So I brought him back in and I started looking things up. And I used to have a whole lot of cards that were marked as Fortran, and I sold those pretty cheaply for $1 or so a piece. And I wish I hadn't sold them so cheaply because, well, they've gone up a lot, and I have maybe 100 left somewhere. But just plain old boxes of punch cards are about 2,000 in a box. And, you know, they may take you years to sell a box, maybe even a decade, but you just put them out there for $1 or so a piece, you know, just ship them with a stamp, or if somebody buys a bunch, you know, send them out, you know, with a first class tracking. I've never had any trouble with them. It's just money. You know, they don't take much space to store. I think they're like 7/1000ths of an inch thick. So it's just freaky. And if you happen to find ones from XYZ government agency or, you know, some other thing, they're still out there. There's a company I should pay a visit not too far from me that actually reads punch cards and rents punch card reading equipment to people. And, you know, there are literally colleges and universities that have old data on punch cards they don't know how to get to. It's, you know, and I don't know what they do with the cards after they read them. If there's any hope, maybe I can get those cards, you know, and linked into XYZ study or survey or something, you know, and they should be worth more money.
Yeah, that's cool.
And should you find the little weird cards, Sperry Univac for a while had 90 column punch cards. They were 2 rows of 45 characters. They used round holes. The RCA System 3, I think, was 96 positions, about a very small card, you know, and that also used round holes. Any of those things you just, people wanted to throw away. Grab them. Yeah, floppy disks were before, yeah, punch cards were before floppy disk and video. And I think they may have predated electricity. I think it was a 1910 census. Now they weren't the rectangular punches you see with IBM style cards, but they had round holes, and people literally, it's not a cake tester, but you can't even see this thing, but they'd put a thing through it and it would stop and they'd see which holes were punched. And the polls had, you know, punches had meanings. All sorts of stuff. You know, the one thing I don't know what to do with is eBay now telling people they can't sell partially used bottles of perfume.
Just sell the bottle. Don't sell the perfume. Just sell the bottle.
I agree with you completely. But I don't know that that's a really good solution. One thing I do want to say, guys, if in the U.S., this doesn't apply out of the U.S., but if you sell perfume, first of all, don't ship it out of the country. But do specify that it's surface only. And there's a rule in the post office, they can't force you to pay additional postage for you to declare something must be shipped surface only. So you can go ahead and use the priority. You should even be able to use cubic shipping priority, but just you cannot, you know, you need to specify it does not fly. That's just because
Steve has a channel. Steve, can you type in the chat?
Yeah, not much there. It's just my name. There are 2 little videos from a year or so ago on how to ship or how not to ship things, some of just the price differences. They're older numbers, but they'll still apply today. And then there's something about checking your texts.
Yes, check your text. That's very important.
There's a short one. Yeah, this is what happened before. There's a short video that's about a minute.
Oh,
watch
that one. Don't watch the other one.
But do yourself a favor. Watch the long one, because you'll be laughing for about 4 minutes if you get the long one. Maybe longer. It's 4 minutes, 27 seconds.
It's very important to check your text.
Yes. And there's at least one person here tonight that takes them with her everywhere she goes. Takes her
Yes,
text.
yes, she does.
Yes. I don't know that they're new or sealed.
No, but she does take them everywhere she goes.
You know, one of the problems I have with the perfumes is there are sometimes these things were shipped as a multi-pack. Perfumes and colognes, they might have 4, 5, or more different ones, or all the same in a master package. And the thing I'm very unclear on is if there's 1 or 2 left out of 5 that have never been opened. Well, I think they're new, but it's as part of a multi-pack. And I've also heard people selling them, I think, on Macari and other places.
I think you can sell them on. Well, I don't know.
Oh, my. Landsharks sold a punch machine. What did you have, a model 026? That's one. It's like the gray ones with the round keys on them. Or was it a 29, which would have been blue and putty colored? I think the model 129 from IBM was the last model they had out, or pretty much the last model. So Landshark, which one was it? You know, if you have a key punch machine and you have punch cards, any punch cards, there are a couple punch cards that will make you money. One is just go through the entire alphabet and all the numbers that you can type. Another one that's really hard, this is how we used to foul up the card reader machines at college, punch out every punch. That's everything gone. You know, it's 80 by, 10 plus 3, 12 positions, totally punched out. And those will sell. They'll sell for about $10 a piece. The other thing, if you feel like doing it, you could actually punch, a short name into the card, and they'll also sell for money. I'm not familiar with that Wright model 2600.
I put a link to Steve's channel in the chat.
Thank you, Marie.
You're welcome.
Craig, what? I see you got that punch card machine for $150 going overseas. Can you tell us, how many digits did you sell it for? Some of the things that I wish I just wasn't so tethered here. Some of the things that really go for ridiculous money. It's just hard to say. I have one other thing I'm going to spring up here. This is a long time ago story, and I've learned how to do this. Okay. Anybody ever sell little cars or pieces? This is a trailer it's a Matchbox trailer. And these little wheels, they usually dry up. Okay, and they fall off. Now, I'm a little unclear whether it's better to leave them where they fall off, like that one's fallen off. But there's another thing you can sometimes do, is soak these things in glycerin for a little while, and they'll repuff up a bit. And they'll actually become more pliable. Mm. So if you want to make them work, that's a good way to go. If people want them dried up, well, they're no longer dried up if you do that.
Derek would be a good one to ask about that.
Well, glycerin used to be very easy to buy, just a small amount. You go into the grocery store, the drugstore, buy a 4-ounce bottle, and it's gotten hard to get. So I had to buy a gallon. And I got it from a tractor, type supply place, mail order. And when it arrived, I got an open one that had been opened. And so I let them know, and they immediately sent out a second gallon of glycerin. I didn't tell them the purpose for it. And so now I have almost 2 gallons of glycerin. Considering I also have powdered charcoal in the basement to use, I can use for deodorizing things. I don't need much else to be really suspicious. It's just,
Right.
yeah, you've got it right. So the best, yeah, you've got it right. And somewhere around here, I think there's some sulfuric acid somewhere. Not a lot though. But
Yes, John. He was the one that won the grand prize the other day.
yeah,
But
I'm planning some form of either unboxing reaction video, or if I get the channel going, maybe 500 subs or something. We'll keep talking about it and do a giveaway when I hit it. And the Purple Thunder continues.
right.
I don't think I have any gallium. What's the other one that's really bad?
Good night. Good night, Tiffany. Thanks for stopping in.
Good
Spending
night.
some time with us.
Nor do I have any that I know of, any thallium. Although if you find old rodent control, you might find thallium in it. Be careful not to ingest that in any form. Oh, true story. There was something called a forever pill. And I'm trying to think of which ingredient, which heavy metal it had in it. But it was something that they called a purgative. And you take the pill. Let's look for a prop here. Anyway, you take the pill and it would make you so sick, things would come out of every orifice. And then you were supposed to recover the thing. And then you could clean it off, take it again. People do this every so often. And the idea was you could buy this forever pill and you could literally pass it down from one generation to the next. Isn't that scary?
That's wrong. That's
Well,
wrong.
Well, I mean, that's just about 100 years ago. Yeah, just about 100, probably a little bit over 100. The idea.
When I was a kid, they just give you a cup of charcoal.
Cup of charcoal? What's
A
that?
cup of charcoal. They put charcoal in a cup and you have to drink it.
Oh,
It makes it's not good.
Yeah. One thing I do want to say about these little cards, this generic rule. If you find metal ones that are fairly well made, that have their paint, not big sections knocked off, they might have a little nick, grab them if you get them cheap. Because they're almost certainly going to be worth something. If they're beat to hell, and I'm going to show you one that's not beat to hell, but it's beaten up, that's probably worth nothing. But if you find them like this, it looks okay. It's been painted. It's got a back. It's hollow. It's probably not worth much, but even so, look at these and look carefully for printing on them, on the metal. Might, in this case, it would probably be on the other side of the roof or up here or over here. Some of those can be worth money, and it can really fool you which ones are worth money. Sometimes it's just a given manufacturer. I can't think of it, but there's one in New Jersey where if you get the little things, especially if they're on the blister card, used to be sold in stores like Grant's, Woolworths, in the 60s for 29, 39 cents. Some of those go for money, but not if they're banged up.
I have I was trying to find it earlier today. I was going to show it in Anthony's. I have a Taz Polaroid camera from England. The Taz, the cartoon?
Yeah.
It's a Polaroid camera from England. He's a little scuffed up on the one of his ears, but apparently he's kind of hard to find. And I have one that we got out of a box of toys that Justin was going to buy one box, and the lady told him he had to take all the boxes, and she sold them to us for $3, and that was in the bottom of one of them.
Wonderful. Now, this little car bum crack, this is very, very indistinct who made it. I couldn't tell you. There's just a little post inside, remnants of it, when it was made and broken off. There is apparently no writing on here whatsoever. Dinky toys, and that's another obvious one. But really, any metal car that's in good condition is probably worth something. I don't know whether it's going to be worth a couple bucks or 5, 10, 20, 100. I do know there's a guy in, I think, Virginia, forget his eBay name, but he was selling things that would present. Trust me, if this had both wheels, this would present as new. It would look like new. Not that it is new, it would present that way, especially if I had the other wheel. And what he does is he's taken pictures over time and collected the stuff where he can do a very good facsimile, a reproduction box. He calls them either craft or crafted box. And I tracked him a couple years ago for a month or two. And as I understand from what I could gather, he had worked for one of the oil companies as marine petro engineer. And what he said is he only did this stuff like a day a week, maybe a day and a half. But when I calculated the numbers and that I thought he was making, and I calculated the numbers at 20% of a sale price, and also it's 50% of a sale price. And I think he was going somewhere very close to $40 or $50 average per car. I think he was making close to $100,000 a year working at selling, activities a day, day and a half a week. And if he would get something like this that had a little blemish to its paint, he would fix it, but he'd tell you that there had been a repair to the finish. Or if there had been a changed tire or something, he might not tell you exactly, but he'd tell you there's something, and it would still present and look like something new. Very attractive business. I tried pretty hard to find a way to crack that. I didn't find a way to do that. And the part I like about that is if you're in a 10 by 10 foot area, small space or even less, you can do the entire thing in that much space, including doing the touch up, having all the things for the imaging, everything for shipping. It's just very, very portable.
By the way, Eric, I just want to say thank you. I saw your comment.
Yeah, I agree with you, except made in China, but China isn't all China. On stuff that's made, if you get anything that says this, I don't even know if they put this on it. If you get anything that says made in Formosa, grab it if it's cheap. That's before it was called Taiwan. And then also, Hong Kong, if it's older, that used to be very different than China. And then also in China, if you have old pictures of China, they're worth something.
Right, Jill? I was just thinking, does anybody feel like they need a notebook and a pen?
Why?
She wants you to spell it.
WHY.
No, not Y. Whatever the name you just said.
Oh, IT. Formosa. I believe it's FORMOSA. And I'm not sure which country that, but that name might have been Portuguese. I know the translation in the language it was, but I think it was Portuguese for beautiful.
So if I remember hearing right, Snobby, if it says from the Republic of China, it's worth more. But if it just says China, it's the everyday stuff we buy at the store.
Now, I also think that Hong Kong might have been ROK, maybe. I'm not sure on this one. Royal Order or something of Hong Kong. I'm not sure on that. I mean, there's just so much to know, but, know as many of your maker's marks or country names as possible. Uh, you know, I'm sure there's a website that accumulated a lot of them. I got something else weird here. Okay. And, okay, here we go. Something else weird. Let's see here. This is actually a box that a store would have gotten. And it's for these things. Now, this isn't all that old because it's blister carded and has a barcode. But these are probably 70s or 1980s at latest.
Yeah.
But it has the container that you ship to the store. So if you get something like this and you sell off some of the pieces, don't throw the box out when you're done. That box will go for something.
Yeah, sell the box.
Or sell the box for the last one, or tell people if they buy every piece in there, they get the box. Also, if you find razors type things or things you now see on blister cards, you see them in little boxes or little bottles that don't have these things. Those are all old stuff. I mean, today, if you found this stuff, it would be on a great big blister card. There'd be a little glass bottle in there. Matter of fact, I've got one here. I think I got a whole bunch of these things. Here we go. Yeah, I've even seen these I've even seen these as stock held just this way in little vial. Cure for the common cold, folks. Isn't that wonderful?
Where was that my whole life?
All you got to do is take it. In 7 to 10 days, you'll be all right.
Oh, wait. That's how long my dang cold takes anyway.
Well, yeah, it's not going to hurt you. Yeah, but it gives you something more to look forward to.
That was a Gillette razor brand. That was the old one still.
Let's see.
Eric said, I've been reselling this sort of stuff since 1999 on eBay. Where's Steve been my whole life?
Well, I could certainly use more of it. I mean, out here, this whole area is a bit of a disaster, but I'm going to try to, you'll know how much of a disaster it is when I hit this. But if I can hit these cabinets, I'll try to hit one of them. And I might lose. I better not. I destroy my cables. But there's something called a Schwartz, SCHWARTZ.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a vertical filing system for holding little bottles and things. And the ones here are probably from about either 1910 or 1925. I think these are 1910. Probably made of maple, but they might be made of something else. And if you ever see those things, it looks like little filing cabinet drawers that you pull out and then they turn. If you ever see those in an old place, an old pharmacy, an old anywhere, and you can get them for $100, $200, $300 a piece, and they're not beat to hell, buy them. Okay, those are somewhere between $1,000 a piece, and if they really look good, you might get closer to $2,000. And what makes mine a little unique, I have bases for them, and I have some other things. But that was stuff I actually wanted to keep and put the matchboxes into them. When my computer's less precarious, I'll try to show those sometime. I want to show you something to be careful of. That really careful of. Okay, and there was a time you could sell these things without maybe having trouble. We'll just use what's. But if you have stuff like this, I think you could wind up having trouble with those. Because what will happen is somebody will buy these things and then they'll stick them with some pills. They'll write them up falsely, which I don't think is a crime. Although they'll probably figure out a way to make it a crime. And they'll carry stuff that, would otherwise they need a prescription for, but they just never got one.
Yeah, they don't even make labels like that anymore. It's fine.
Well, I've got other things too, but
try your local apps.
And if you have prescription tablet blanks, even though they've changed pretty much in the country, be careful.
Well, they don't. Well, I take that back. When Justin got his teeth pulled, they emailed his prescription. When I got mine pulled, they wrote it out, but it was a big sheet of paper. And
they emailed it or faxed it?
They emailed it. They don't fax anymore.
Well, and I believe in Pennsylvania, they still cannot email any prescriptions. They have to fax them.
Yeah, they emailed his and they wrote mine out, but mine came out of a printer. But because mine was for pain meds, I had to go in and sign for mine. I couldn't. Which, if you want to freak a bunch of people out, have a bunch of blood coming out of your mouth, they'll give you your prescription in a hurry and send you out the door.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there's another thing you can do if you find yourself in need of going to the emergency room. All you have to do is appear to faint and fall. You're first in line.
Oh, I know. My kids work at the hospital.
Well, that's to protect the hospital, not you.
Yeah. My kids work there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both work there. They used to both work on the psych floor. Now one works in the ER, and the other one still works up on the psych floor. So
I think I have one other bolo. I don't know if this is. I didn't even know I had it. I hate to see what this actually sells for. It's a little bit beaten up. I see a condition on here. Condition on here is still actually good. It's shocking. These things. You find this stuff.
The map?
You found the map books with a spiral or the comb binding. And this one is, let's see, 2 portions of 5 counties. Oh, gee. And here's a master index, and you go into this. I have one of these for the Philadelphia area, and it was the one for, it's the one that never made it onto the retail shelves. It's the last one they printed, but mine, in addition to the printed material, has 2 additional discs they say are interactive. I'm not going to take them out. And the reason it's made like that, we had what's called a multi-listing agency that allows different real estate agencies to share their listings. And it was that service that produced these books produced by Ram McNally. Now, hold on to your hats. I can't figure out on Amazon whether that's a $40, $80, $200, $400, or $700 plus book, because the closest ones, the lowest price seems to be $700, but I have discs they don't have. And if anybody has experience with stuff like that, the question is, do I need to create a new listing, or am I better off listing on the listing that doesn't have the discs and adding that as a side note? Put some pictures in there. Because if I'm out all by myself, that might be fine, but I might never be found.
I'm laughing at Cliff. He said he has to get snuggles from his cat by turning down his furnace.
Yeah. There was a dog like that too. He'd get called before I would.
Oh, our dog lives under a blanket.
And he had a good fur coat too.
Yeah, our dog, we just leave a pile of blankets on the couch because he just burrows under it.
Well, my cat used to go into the old iron bathtub and lie on his back so he'd get cool.
Yeah, when I had my teeth pulled, so Justin and I had our teeth pulled 4 days apart. They only gave him 10 pills. They gave me 20. And they were supposed to be knock you on your butt ones, but they never knocked me on my butt. But I had to go in and pick mine up because they gave me double the amount. So I had to take the piece of paper in there to get them. And they want you to say your birthday and whatnot. And believe you me, when you get all your teeth ripped out, you're not saying nothing.
Sign language.
Yeah, the lady finally gave up and let me write it down. She wasn't going to let me have it. I'm like, I just took the towel away from my mouth and was like, really? There's blood running everywhere. She's like, okay, never mind.
The last couple of times I had scripts for major narcotics, the one I think I had 40 or 50 left out of what they gave me that I just never took. And the next time, the last one I had a broken pelvis, and then the next time I had a broken femur, and I never got it filled. And people were like, huh? I just can't imagine that. Of course, I did manage to get a little bit of Tylenol with codeine, but that was a whole lot less than what they wrote for. Hey, I didn't have a script for that, did I? Oh, well. Lighter stuff, just enough to sleep.
Yeah, I only took a few, and then I just went I don't take a lot of meds anyway, so I just went to ibuprofen. I was fine.
The one finger sign language. This one?
Yeah, that one.
You know what that means, right? I'm reading the chat here. Do you know what that means?
No.
It's for those who don't deserve the best.
Okay, yeah. I remember that. My dad used to say that.
Uh-oh.
And we have a wiener pug, Paul, and he is very spoiled. He gets carried to bed. He sleeps in our bed and he gets carried to bed. Nate, how you doing, buddy? How was your trip to Nashville?
Hi, Nathan. Good to see you, man.
Cliff, what you working on now?
I'm just downloading more print files. Just interesting stuff that I'm seeing.
I'll just mention something else about eBay. I have one primary selling account with a store attached. I have 3 other accounts that were for niche things, and I have a buying account. Uh, on one of the niche uh, selling accounts that I pretty much just increase the quantity, every once in a while, I got this offer. And these type of offers occur all the time, but I got this offer 50% off selling fees and, final value fees. And that is another reason of many to have more than one eBay account that is ready and able to sell. I think that if people use a separate buying account, that after, if they develop a feedback of 100 or so, that account is ready to sell. And the way eBay shows things, they will show you as having 100 whatever feedback. And I don't know if they show you as 100% positive or just admit it, but it increases confidence in buyers. And I think also a score of over 200 deters many scammers because they think you're experienced. Yeah, there's a good reason. Another good reason to have a buying account is if you don't get what you bargained for and you have to open a case or do something, it pretty much ensures that the bad seller can't retaliate against you, at least not easily. There's another reason to have that, and this is true with people with multiple. There are a couple of good reasons. Depending upon the number of items you have and the store size you have, it can be very expensive to take the next jump. And you're better off having two of the smaller stores, cost you less money. Give you an example of another reason. This is Pete Craigslist Hunter had this happen. They had I believe it was a cedar chest, might have been a toy chest, but that would come down and there was a catch on it. And they got suspended, I forget it was for 7 days or 10 days. They couldn't list or change any listings because there was a recall on a chest that could close. And some locked in there like a kid. So, but they could do something with their second account. So if you mix it up and, you're able to list some things on one, some on another, then of course there's always a reason if you sell one theme of stuff, sometimes it's better to not sell everything. You might get, if you sell the junk along with the really, new stuff along with the collectibles or jewelry, you might do better separating those out, especially jewelry, because, maybe you don't want to put the cheaper junk jewelry in with the really good costume jewelry or the real jewelry.
Good night,
Good night, Jill.
Eric, you've got that exactly right. 65 for premium, 300 for anchor. Well, Eric, I don't think there's any problem if somebody knows that you brought something for 10 and then you sell it for a higher price, but somebody who sold it to you might care. Some people are funny that way.
Oh, Nathan, I hope you don't have that either, buddy. I hope you get well soon. That crap sucks. I've had it.
Thanks, Joe.
And me also for what, Jody?
For that on the screen. How many listings you got?
I mostly do local apps.
I don't have near the number of listings I should. I have
mostly do local apps.
surprisingly few up. I sell a number of items that are replenishable that I get for almost nothing. I just have to inspect them and I put them out. And I really need to start listing a lot of different things because that some of the replenishables are starting to die. So, I probably have activity on most listings every month. Some
Not that
things
mine
every
doesn't take, just as much work as trying to list on eBay or Poshmark or any of that. You got to do all the same stuff.
Well, I went nuts. God, I haven't done it was about 5 years or 6 years ago. At finding the items and doing the photographs and doing all the different ways to list the same ingredients that make it come out to be a different item. You want 1, 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 40, 80, 60, 200, 500, 1,000. And what color do you want? Do you want mixed? Do you want straight? All those things. So when that item's dead, I'll be happy to share it. But until it's dead, I'm not ready to share it. It's something anybody could do, and there are better items out there than I found.
I'll be right back. Cliff, did you see Snobby's question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just checking. You're looking intent again.
Eric, of your 700 listings, how many of them, or how many new listings do you need to make a month to keep that number? Wow, Red Nickerson, 1,000, 1,100 on Amazon. I don't know how you do that. Are you Red Nickerson resells? Are you selling books on Amazon? And are you doing FBA or merchant fulfilled? So 60, 70. Eric, that's a nice sell-through rate. Very, very nice. If you want to see something scary, guys, what's the name of the site? Retrospect with a K at the end. That used to buy the Polaroids for roughly $25 and pay for the shipping. Go to their site and look at their other items they're selling. Look at some of the small electronics, especially the little portable tape recorders. I mean, not quite bad garbage, but garbage brands like Magnavox that are just tape players. that they have them on their site for about $100. And what they say they do is they open them up, change the drive belts, demagnetize the heads, clean it, and make sure that it's playing and record. Playback is the right speed. And if you don't know how to do that, just find a cassette unit that is the right speed or it's trustworthy, and record a tone on it. You can use it for your phone or the computer. Put a tone on it, then check it on a pitch meter to see if it's how close it is. Be your phone again. Red Nickerson, I get a lot of books from some of the local libraries that they deem unacceptable for resale, either because you're going to love this, either because it's a textbook they won't resell, or because it holds a particular religious or political view, or because it espouses a science that they don't partake to, or because the book is on an ethnic group that they don't consider to be in the area. And I have done, I've attended their book sales. I go to their little area that they sell things on. I've scanned so much of that crap. But the stuff they put in the free pile, what they won't sell, is better than the stuff they will take money for. And the stuff they totally reject and it's marked to go in the trash, that's where I do the best. If I could just now get them, they do something really horrible to the hardbacks. They actually rip the covers off of them. I'm going to go silent for a minute. I'm going to get one to show you some of the damage they do. Be right back, guys.
Jill, I thought you were going to bed. You won't. You'll stay up. I know you. It's 11:15 here. Jackie, I would have loved to went to that sale. Oh, tomorrow's half off day. Oh my God.
Hey, Snobby, how are you, man?
Snobby.
All right. Marie, hello.
Hi, buddy. You jumped out right when I jumped into the other one today.
Oh, really?
I jumped in just for you and you were gone.
Yeah. Yeah. So, have you been going a long while now, Cliff, or?
2.5 hours now.
Oh, right.
Those are nice sales, Nathan.
Oh, I've turned up and Steve's gone.
He went to get something.
Yes, I had to go to another building, actually.
Another building?
Well, right now, the structure, the combination of this is 3 buildings together. It used to be 5. So anyway, this is what I wanted to get. The library, when they don't want things, they have a habit of destroying them, especially hardbacks. And I think what they're trying to do is take out the paper differently from the cover. So this was a book that was destroyed partially. You see any books like this, guys? These are old books. I don't mean like 1970. This book, it's got the gold gilding on the edge of the page. And this book, what they they tore the cover off of it completely. Now, this book still is maybe worth $35. Intact, this book is worth at least 75 to maybe a lot more. It is from 1853, which is quite a bit pre-Civil War. Some of the stuff's not going to show, but has a really nice title page on here. Really nice title page. And that is gold leaf on there.
Yeah.
You see, something like this, these books were not cheap books when they were done. And this is The Young Lady's Mentor, a series of letters to her unknown friends by a lady, published by H.C. Peck in Philadelphia. But this is the kind of stuff that if you go into an old home, in a town, and, books have been there since people's grandparents or great-grandparents, large houses, this stuff's going to turn up. Even, it's just such a shame. I have some books that aren't quite so, other books that are historically notable.
Does it smell good? You mean like old books?
Well, actually, this one, this book.
When we smell test books.
Yeah, well, this one smells a bit like some biscuits been baking in the oven. This is a good smelling book. It's this. I'll take this over the swamp root any day.
Oh, well, yeah. Most of us would.
But if I could get them to stop destroying books, or just say, "Well, wait to have them destroyed, and you destroy them for us," I could dramatically increase my yield from these libraries. Yeah. What I find in the books that they're unwilling to let people buy, that they will not put out, on their sale things, for about every 30 gallons worth of books, I find $50 to $150 worth of stuff sellable. So that's just like a big aquarium tank. And that's without scanning. That's just flying by the seat of my pants. I think scanning, I could probably add another, third to maybe double that number. And, if you're gonna pick trash, choose whose trash you pick carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a book like that, right? That's in, it's got a fair bit of damage. The repair for it, would far outweigh the cost of the actual book, surely.
Well, the repair to make this one reasonable isn't that bad. I actually know how to do it. As that book sits, that's about a $30, $35 book.
Right.
I'm trying to remember where it's, I think it's out of Alaska. In the United States, there was a library that put together a book for other library people to use on the caring, preservations, and repair of books. I think I've said enough. You can probably find it. I just can't think of the title. And that's something I studied about 2 years ago. So, and a lot of this really in books is what not to do.
But so how long do you think it would take to restore that book?
If I were to do it, I think I could do it in 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
So I'd make at least $10, $20 an hour doing it. If I paid somebody, I'd probably pay them $150 to do it.
That's what I'm saying. And if the book at the end of it's only worth $35.
No, it's worth $35 as it sits.
Oh, right. Okay.
I mean, it's a good book to repair, but it's not a very, very expensive book to repair. So if I do a trial repair to see how good I can do, this is a good one for me to beat up. And
Right.
if I get a really good result, great. If I don't, not so much damage, still worth $20.
Right.
And God, please forgive me. I'm not going to be able to tell you the name of this book because it might still be available. I had an occasion to make a comment to someone about a book. It's a book in American history people have heard of. And I did a Google on that book, and I got results back. From what I could tell, one of the books that I forget, it was $80 or $100, somewhere in there, maybe even a couple hundred, appeared not to be a reprint, not a reissue, but the same ones that some sources were trying to sell for like $4,000. I might as well tell you what it is because I'm not going to get to it. It was Common Sense by Payne, and it just blew me away. I was trying to find a book broker or dealer that had knowledge that was, known to be reasonably trustworthy, and just pass it on as a lead and hope, if it is something, hope to be remembered, at least, in the favor bank. And I mean, it's just freaky. It's freaky how much stuff gets mispriced, overlooked. I have a clock I picked up the other day. It was free. It's just like, you see anything you want here, just grab it, and I picked it up, and it weighed a whole lot more than I expected, and I don't remember the brand name. But I think if you look up carriage clocks, you'll find it. It's a Swiss/German Swiss company, and most of them are mechanical. This one has a German-made quartz movement that does not appear to work, and fortunately, in better light, it appears it may have some alkaline battery residue on the contact for the negative part of the battery. So I'm going to try some vinegar to try to clear that. It might actually work, but those clocks are like $200 to $600 used or more. And that's another thing. If you're out, you pick something up, just like the little cars. If it's heavier than you would reasonably expect for modern construction, you may have something. This clock is as heavy as the old Series 500 desk phones of the 60s and 70s. Probably the mid 60s when they used more metal on them. And you just never know.
Yeah.
Quite seriously, an auction company had been through that property. So relatives have been through that property. Sticky fingers have been through that property. I mean that. And yet this thing sits there.
Yeah.
You're like,
Overlooked.
what's that? Well, I think it was rejected because it didn't look like that much. And, it's just like, I didn't know I thought it might be worth $30 or $40 I thought it was steel with brass accents. No, it's solid brass. And okay, well, what's the worst case? It's $10 scrap value, as brass.
Yeah. 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 We never know what you find.
Yeah.
So, Steve, the link in the chat, Jackie wants you to go look at. That was for the estate sale she was at.
Okay, I did pull that up, but I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look at it. Massive Rosemore Estate 50% off. Well, it's interesting and all that, but I'm on the other side of the country.
I know. I'm too far up north.
And
I'm probably closer, but I'm too far up north.
I'll give you guys another thought of places to look at rating for stuff. And I've seen several of these, and the thought of rating them never occurred to me.
Right, Nathan?
But old greenhouses, the ones that had glass panes that are starting to fall down, or maybe have fallen down, because it's not that things were valuable, when they were in operation, but those things have been out of operation for 30, 40, 50 years. Might be, there's one I'm aware of that the cash register, which was old when they got it, was an early 1900s cash register, $600-700. There was the things I've seen people go to professional people, in the line of selling, auctioning, collectible, semi-rare things. I'll say it this way. This one was it's a well-known place in Warminster, Pennsylvania, that they got like $50 or $60 on an old cash register. When I say old, I mean old. It was a wooden cash register that had a slot in it for the money, and it had a handle that only went one way, and it just literally rolled the paper, and the clerk was supposed to write down things on it and then turn it. And the idea was, once the clerk did it, the money was locked away from the clerk, and the customer was there when the clerk, got the money. It was from England, and that's an old cash register. No keys. No number keys, just a key to open the box.
Yeah.
And so when people think, they have companies come in to clear things or estates, a lot of these, and you got to sort of know what, somebody got on certain things, and you get some examples. But, that's a $200, $300, $400, $600 box. You might sit on it for half a year, but it is.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about the local apps. You could put that on there and you'll get somebody that'll drive 4 or 5 hours and pay you what you want for it. They won't mess around with haggling. They will drive and come get it.
There's a seller on eBay, goes by the name of Terminal 99, has a YouTube channel of the same name, Terminal 99, that buys. He was primarily doing military, but now he's doing miscellaneous older things and jewelry. And for some of the items that he's had, he's in. I forget whether he's in Virginia or Delaware, somewhere around there, or Maryland. I think now Maryland. He's had people drive down from Boston, pay his full asking price, get a truck, get it, and go back, and not a squabble. So if you've got one of a kind and somebody's got the ability to buy it and they want it, they'll make it happen.
Yep. Pete's done that. He's put it up local and somebody sent a truck to come get it. But they're, a lot of people kind of scoff at the local app thing. You can get just as much money, if not more, than on eBay sometimes, or any of the other platforms, if you just put it up. Because people don't want to deal with all that. We've had people drive from hours away to get stuff.
I think if it's unique, yeah, why not?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing here in the UK. If I want something and I really want it, then I'll drive there.
I think I've decided my maximum normal drive is 500 miles one way.
Night, Lynn. Have a good night, hon.
But I've been known to drive over 1,200. Dare I
Well,
say
actually,
it, within a day.
yeah, I think from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK is about 1,400 miles. So, it's not that much, is it?
Oh, that's only a 24-hour drive. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's like driving from where I am down to Miami. Oh, speaking of Miami, the Florida, pretty much the whole thing, especially the east coast of Florida, is bracing for probably part of it's going to see the full force of a Category 3 or so hurricane. So I think that a lot of people we generally hear from in Florida may not be online for a little, a few days or so.
Yeah, a bunch were vacationing their stores.
The governor of Florida was on the news tonight, and he was saying they've already declared a state of emergency, which is normal. The part that I don't think was normal is he sounded nervous when he said it.
I've got something here, right, that I've had a little while. I haven't a clue where it came from. I don't know what it is. It's obviously some type of key, and it goes on a key ring as well. But it's actually got stamped on both sides, made in the USA, right? I'm going to show you this.
Well,
It's stamped on both sides.
it looks like what I think you would call a spanner. There's a real spanner. There are, yeah,
we can see it.
Now, are the prongs on the bottom, are they round or are they squared?
Square.
I think that could possibly be a watchback opener.
Oh, really?
Oh, that makes sense.
The other thing that it reminds me a bit of is checking the gauge in a model railroad to make sure that the track is the right distance apart.
Yeah, I thought that it went onto a key because of the hole in the corner.
For roller skates, Nathan? That's not.
Well, that might have been one of a set, because that appears to be pretty narrow between the pieces. So I think of, smaller than, how far, are those like about 3/4, 2/3, 3/4 of an inch apart?
I'll tell you, the actual teeth are about 13 millimeters apart.
So that's about 1/2 inch.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
So, yeah. Okay. So it's 25.4 millimeters an inch. So that appears to be a little smaller than I would expect. But I can tell you that I've also taken apart some of the cameras that would take a similar thing. I actually have some tools that are adjustable that you can move back and forth, and they'll cover like up to 5 or 6 inches, and some of the buttons around, like the rewind or the old shutter buttons, this is how you get in there and unscrew them.
It just like intrigued me that it's actually stamped both sides. It's not like the print. It's actually stamped into the metal, both sides, made in the USA.
Well,
I mean, do you still sort of stamp stuff like that, made in the USA?
Yeah, if it's made here, they do. So Eric is saying maybe part of a spark plug gap set.
Huh?
Yeah, because it's a weird shape that it's got as well. That little.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a key.
Yeah, it's a very strange.
Well, if you have a button and you have a thing around the button that you're trying to unscrew, you'd have to come down on either side of the button.
Yeah.
And, that would be stronger to make it like that than just have longer, prongs, if you will, by filling
Yeah.
that in.
I've never
Uh,
seen nothing like it.
One of the tricks that I've used to sometimes identify things like certain metals or other things, I've taken a picture and I've cleaned up the picture where it's just the center part of the object. And sometimes it's like a thing on something else. So I've just made that centerpiece. And then I've done a Google image search for like image. And I've had a couple things come back that way.
Right. That's interesting. Because we just don't seem to get stuff today, i.e. made in the UK or made in England or made in the USA. And,
I think you have a quality piece because it's stamped on both sides.
Yeah.
Of whatever it is. I mean, my reaction, I think of camera gear or there's an item I think it could possibly be the right size for in watches, but I don't know if they made them at that time that way. Women's used to not wear wristwatches. They would wear ladies' watches, a little pendant. And I think those were actually more common there in the UK than they were in the US.
It's obviously a key. It's a key for something. And I'm only guessing, to look at it, it's probably in excess of 20 years old, something like that, maybe a little bit more. And it seems like it's galvanized.
Show it again, Snobby.
Let's see if I can get a better background for it. Hold on. Right.
So is it indented on one side and bumped out on the opposite side where it says made in the USA?
Yes, it's got one little raised one, and one little divoted one, and it's exactly the same on the other side.
Okay, so the part that says made in the US, are they both indented where it says made in the USA, or is one side indented and the other side the letters are popping up out of the back?
No, they're both stamped in the USA, but these little round bits here, one of them's raised and one of them's like inverted, like, it's divoted, and it's exactly the same.
Those two little prongs those two little prongs, are they the same size?
Yes. Very strange little key.
Right, Jody. What the heck is that?
Very puzzling. And it does look like there is, well, I would say there was a tiny little bit of wear on the end of the prongs, but there isn't. It looks like it's made out of some galvanized metal, so it's obviously been pressed. That shape has been pressed out of a machine. Because I can see the actual press marks down the side.
Yes, Nathan, my kids have some of my dad's ashes in theirs.
Made in the USA.
I don't know what that is.
I have seen lock mechanisms that are round, similar to bicycle locks, like similar size, but they just have two round little holes in them.
Obviously, they made quite a few of these.
So, I go to pick click when I can't figure out what something is and just start typing descriptions in, and usually I can find it.
Oh, speaking about finding things, if you use an ad blocker, you might want to turn it off when you go to WorthPoint, because I've noticed on WorthPoint that I don't get the ads for current things that are similar at the bottom when I have an ad blocker in place. And the thing about the current things at the bottom that are similar gives you a good idea of price, even if you don't have a WorthPoint subscription.
Yeah, that'll work too, Eric.
I don't remember when they come from. Can you?
WorthPoint is something that it's a site you have to pay for, but it brings up what things have sold for online and it'll give you what it's worth.
It will also show you the items it finds without the price. You can even see the description. And I've had things that I haven't known exactly what to call it. When I find them, a couple on WorthPoint, then I know what to call it. Then the rest is easy.
What's a Seymour key? You're welcome, Jody. John, what was Seymour key?
I think he's got it. Maybe.
He's probably the only one looking it up.
Well, I'm just more intrigued to have something that's still got made in the USA stamped on it, you know?
Anymore, that's hard to find. Even a lot of the clothes I have, I recently found that I had put away. There's a lot I have that is made in the USA.
Seymour keys are similar.
Like Portland, which is 45 minutes away from me.
They're very similar.
Pendleton jackets and White Stag and all that. That was actually made here, not in China.
For electrical switches.
I Googled SEYMOREK. Yeah, SEYMOREK key. And Google tried to correct my spelling, but on the right-hand side on Shop on Google, I got something that's a little bit similar to that key, and it looks, or thing, and it's by a place called Pass and Seymour 500. It's a little more elaborate, but it has the two pins with a clear area between it. And it's for use with momentary contact locking switch. But I think the prongs are shorter.
Ah, there might be a little connection there. Did you like say electrical box or something?
Well, the listing Google had, commercial one, goes with Pass and Seymour 500K lock switch key for use with momentary contact. Let's see. Am I able to share my screen? Let me do that. And then I'll show you what I got. See if this works. My browser doesn't support sharing my screen. Lovely.
Right, yeah, but there is a connection there, because where I actually found that was in a toolbox that belonged to an electrician.
Okay. And
I think so anyway.
Another possibility would be for like a paper towel dispenser.
yeah, I'm gonna read the rest of this description. It's Pass and Seymour lock switch key is perfect for momentary contact locking switch. It provides galvanized sheet metal construction. Switch is ROHS compliant.
That almost makes sense, Cliff. The old ones in restaurants and whatnot, the stores and whatnot, the old paper towel holders and toilet paper holders and all that.
You're right.
that have the locks.
You're
That
right.
makes sense.
You're right,
There's
Eric. It
one
doesn't
that's
have a long
similar.
neck.
Yeah, Kimberly Clark. That would make sense.
Oh, yes.
Because they made toilet paper and paper towels and stuff. So that makes sense.
Just tell me they're extremely rare, right? And they're worth about $50,000.
They're
Yeah, I doubt
extremely common and worth about the price somebody's willing to pay to steal the paper towels out of the dispenser.
The most you'll be selling it for is because it says made in the USA.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know, if you do videos, you could do a video and have a challenge, you know, so assuming I'm sure it's not valuable, but do the video and collect correct answers, and whoever, you know, has the correct answer wins it.
Yeah, I'll ship it out.
It would build viewership, and believe me, people are trying to win a 50 cent or item really hard.
Yeah, Nathan, that's what we were thinking.
Especially when it's only one.
There's only one.
It's the key to Narnia. That's it, Eric.
You know, one of the better known YouTubers, Cincinnati Picker, has a contest going once a month. And what he wants to get is a postcard. So you send a postcard, it goes in the box, and he picks one a month. And you could get, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with shortwave radio or anything, but people used to collect cards when they'd make a contact. And you could probably get cards from all over the UK and probably the world. Later on, sell the cards as a collection. I think Red Nickerson Resales has exactly right. It's a key to open a paper towel dispenser.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just thinking of the vertical ones on the wall with the paper towels are about, or the napkins. You know, think about, it's not the blue ones, but it looks like the white ones you might see at a garage or something, or in some of the restrooms. Yeah. So take it with you in case you need paper towels.
They don't even make those dispensers anymore.
No, that's true.
I believe they do.
Yeah. Now you just run your hand under it and it spits one out.
Oh. Well, who wants paper towels been spit on?
Yeah, we have hand blowers now.
You know, I'll tell you a story. This guy was in a bar, had his beer, had to hit the bathroom for a minute. What do? Do I take this with me? Nah, I'm going to write a note. So he writes out a note. Don't drink this beer. I spit in it. Comes back, looks at the note. There's a P.S. on it. It says, P.S. So did I.
Nathan, what is a hog scraper?
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, they do have the double roll toilet paper ones. That still has tissue paper instead of, you know.
A hog scraper is a thing to remove the hair from a hide when you're skinning them or butchering them, or want to make leather. I thought it was worse before I read it.
So did I. That's why I didn't go read it. Eric, I'm in on my phone, so I count as one of those 7. And I think I'm not sure if it does count us or not. I think it does.
Oh dear, I'm going to have to get my power supply. Am I? Yeah, I'll be back. I got to go get my power supply or I'll go dark.
So I'm going to have to go out and find some more things now that's got made in the USA stamped on it.
Oh, I don't even upload videos, Eric. I just go live. That sounds like way too much work. Yeah, Jody, I knew it was counting me at least once because I'm in on my phone so I can see the chat in real time. Now it makes me want to know what the heck it is.
Yeah, it's a simple little key in it to open up something. Obviously, something I wouldn't have thought anything expensive. You know, it is like a towel opener. You know, to refill.
Jody,
But there might be well a connection with electrical boxes as well, because I'm 100% sure that this came from somewhere that was connected with electrical stuff. Was an electrician. But it might have just been for a little power source box or something, you know, like, I don't know, something.
Jody wants to know if you will take a picture of that metal thing on something white, take a photo of it, and upload it to Google Images.
I don't know whether I can do that. I might be able to. I've never done anything like that before.
Yeah, me either. He says it will bring up similar photos, so if somebody else has that, you'll be able to see it. And you might be able to get an exact answer.
Yeah, I'll look into that. It's just really strange because although it's stamped both sides, one side, the stamp is much clearer and deeper, yet on the flip side of it, it's much thinner and a little bit shallower. So whether it went in to be pressed, it was pressed, the stamp was on both sides when it was pressed, but one side came out deeper. And it obviously does go on a key ring because of the hole there. So perhaps it was something like someone that actually refilled the paper towels, or he had many different ones of these because he was going around filling up many different machines, or, you know.
Or at least one on a hook, anyway.
Yeah.
Jody, he can't see the chat.
Nah, sorry. Right. Yeah, but I can't.
There
I'm on
you
my
go.
phone.
Write that link down.
Hold on. Let me get a pen.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that and stay in the stream.
Right, let's write that down then.
Oh,
We'll try this, Snobby. You hold it up to the screen, and Jody will search for you.
put a big white piece of paper behind it.
Right.
Even a contrasting color would work a little better.
Try it on this then. Tell me if this colour's any good.
There you go. Okay, he says you're good now. He's going to try it. Please don't go scraping any hogs, Nathan. That would freak me out.
You know, it's when I think about the things that must have been imported to the UK from the USA over the years, there must have been thousands and thousands of different types of items. And you try and find anything now that's got the USA stamped on it.
Yeah, there's not much left anymore.
No. I mean, there must still be some things that are imported from the US to the UK. Surely.
Mm, yeah, I don't know. I can't
No, I
think.
don't. I mean,
The
is it
US
just a
hasn't
case now
really.
everything's
Oh,
just imported from China?
maybe
And then,
toilet paper and paper towels, but the US doesn't make a whole lot anymore. We ship everything somewhere else to be made.
yeah,
I mean, other than paper products,
Lots of waste cardboard.
there's not, I mean, really, there's,
Make those 737 MAX planes that aren't shipping right now.
well, yeah, but even most of the parts from those come from China. And I mean, even our cars aren't even made here anymore. They ship everything down to Mexico or over to China and then bring it all back and assemble it here.
yeah. I'm sure as a child, I can remember like the little cars, you know, like Matchbox and things like that. I'm sure some of them were made in the USA.
I think the Matchbox I know they were made in England, and then I think they were made I know the company and the stuff got sold a few times. I think the Morocco maybe, and then I think the molds eventually made it to Hong Kong or China, and then Mattel that had Hot Wheels, I think, purchased this. Uh, ha, Snobby, have you looked at the story of, I believe, Hornby?
Hornby, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, they had been acquired, and they operated in the modern corporate world, and went into the industrial park with a very high rents and everything. And they had actually under the previous management, they were actually eliminating the molds for the die casting molds to make the trains, and getting rid of that as junk, as scrap metal. And that was a tremendous wealth that was destroyed. I don't remember all of the details, but I think one of the guys that was one of the principal designers came back and wound up taking that control of that company again, moved him out of the industrial park back over, and then they started to actually produce things that were competitive again. It was manufactured in China, but they did all the design work here, or where you are.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those things when you have people that are looking at the next 2, 3, 4, 5 quarters. Beyond that, it's valueless. I mean, I personally think the molds that were destroyed were worth millions in the bank that you just had to cash, a little bit from time to time. I mean,
yeah. It's a shame how things have turned out now. We don't produce much.
Yeah. Red Nickerson, I just have my channel under Judgment Care USA. There's not much there. There's the couple things on shipping, and the some outtake videos on Check Your Texts, which are really comedy. You can watch a short one or watch the long one if you want to laugh for 4 minutes more. That's all I've got right now.
I mean, is there anything, do you think, of the modern time we live in now, right, say from now, that will be worth money in the future?
It's all the junk that was under-recognized and people throw away.
So, for instance, right, this is a mobile phone, right, which was before the one I'm using now. Right.
I don't think that's going to have any real value, but if you've looked, there are people out there that I've heard are doing well with flip phones from like garage sales. Buy them for a quarter, get them for free. And, I miss my flip phone because I could put my flip phone on my collar, flip it around. And plus, when I went to dial on it, I could feel the buttons. So I could dial without looking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we've got some phones around in here that's like a really weird shape. There might even be a pager machine here somewhere that's got to be 25 plus years old. Just, like what the doctors used to have. They just had a pager machine before mobiles come out.
Well, if you can find a pink pocket pager, you may have something.
Yeah. I've never seen a pink one.
Well, that's why it may be something. Or any color other than black or gray.
Yeah.
I think I still have a Zune around here somewhere. My daughter got one. What phone was that, Snobby?
What, a pink pager?
No, what phone was that? It looked like a Samsung. What one is it?
Yeah, it's the Galaxy 6, I believe, 6 Plus or something, Galaxy. It
You
was the
might
one
be
before.
You might be able to get a little out of it. You're not going to get a whole lot because we're up to the 10s now.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, right, obviously people don't hold on to this stuff. They either exchange it, trade it in, whatever, But if you was to put it away for the future generations, and in 50 years' time, it comes out looking pretty good still, will it be worth anything or just trash?
Yeah.
What are the next generation of keepables? What will we have, right, to leave to next generations? It won't be a great deal, would it? Because half the stuff is coming from China, which is a load of rubbish.
Yeah, I haven't seen an MP3 player in a long time.
I mean, what is there today that is worth keeping? Because we live in a throwaway society.
Yep.
Don't we?
And we spend a lot to throw that stuff away.
Oh, yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I got to babysit in the morning, so I'm going to get off here. Cliff, thank you for letting me chill with you again, bud. Have a good night. I'll see you later, Snobby. Bye, Steve, when you get back.
One ring.
Thanks to everybody in the chat. We'll talk to you guys later.
Say hello to Justin
Good night,
for
Marie.
me.
I will. Good night.
I have one for you, Snobby.
Yeah, go on then.
Computer disk drives, rotating media.
Right.
Okay, I think that's one that you can get now, store in a small space, just reasonably take care of them, make sure you have the ability to talk to them. And I think there will be people who want rotating media, because I think that in 20 to 50 years, you won't have rotating media like you have now. There are a couple technologies that might replace it that are still rotating. There is still a market for old disk drives.
Right.
Now, old can mean many different things. It can mean sort of the historic ones going back to the sugar to interface. It can be some of the early SCSIs. It can be the drives that had, the older drive addressing mechanisms.
Right.
That market is starting to actually not be as good because people have made solid state equivalents to some of those very old drives. But, like 5, 10, 15 years ago, if you had those drives and somebody had a piece of equipment that needed that particular head geometry, reporting, and all this other stuff, there were computers that used those that were in industrial applications, and they'd break. The disk drive would go, way past its estimated runtime. And there's one grocery chain in the U.S. It's not mammoth, but it's large, called Giant Eagle. They had a robotic picking machine to go into their warehouse and pick up cases or pallets of stuff. That used, if I remember correctly, a PDP-8, might have been an 11, that required a particular disk drive, and it failed. And they're talking about losing literally millions of dollars a day if they can't get that working. A friend of mine from Pittsburgh, he charged them by the hour, but he took 36 hours to do the work. So he got some ridiculous amount of money for selling them disk drives that I've personally scrapped just for the scrap metal on the plotters and kept the magnets.
Right, yeah. And it's funny you should say that because I was at a boot sale weekend just gone and was only there a couple of hours and it started to rain and everybody just disappeared. And the most people that just sell stuff out the boot of their car, you know, just to make a few quid for the day, most of them throw the stuff in the bins, right? So I went back when they'd all gone. I got wet to the skin, right? I was absolutely soaking wet. But I rummaged through because I was looking for like electrical items and, you know, stuff that I can scrap out. And I come across 12 old hard drives. Now, I've already spoken to somebody and they said, well, look, you'd be better off trying to sell them first before you scrap them out because they're quite large, they're quite big uns,
Five
and
and a
they're old.
quarter, 5 1/4 inch hole height.
No, I mean, your small little hard drives now are like quite small,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but these ones are like quite a big, large cassette. You know, like say like would it be like a Betamax or an 8-track and a normal tape deck? You know, it's like that sort of scale.
Okay, well that might have been 5 1/4 inch half height, like the old
Yeah.
floppies where you get two of them stacked up. If you wonder what the hole height looks like, if you look at a picture of the old IBM PCs when they first came out,
Right.
they had two floppy drives right next to each other, and they were like both pretty tall. Those are hole height, 5 1/4 inch form factor.
Right. Yeah. They are an old disk drive, that's for sure. They're not like a modern one. Because I know somebody who does my e-waste scrapping. Like that's what he deals with every day, taking the hard drives apart and scrapping them out. And he said, you know, try and sell them first because they're worth far much more money if you sold them than they are for scrap.
Oh, I have a wonderful piece of scrap in the other section I should bring over. It's about a fellow I know that does scrapping, and he had his truck, and I said, you know, you have a $250 stove on the back of it. Now he scrapped most of that stove, but you know, when you know, it's just incredible the amount of stuff that people, it's crap to them, and it will always be crap because they won't know what it is. And here's the real value we perform. We find crap at crap prices. We identify it, we verify it, we may test it, and then we get it to somebody who actually knows what they want, and we make it findable.
Yeah.
And that's a valuable service.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna go get my piece of interesting crap.
Yeah, lovely. So are you, Cliff? You look a little bit tired, bruv.
Yeah.
Are we keeping you up now?
I'm just in it for the watch hours. I'm not even part of this show.
Well, just let us know if me and Steve...
My odometer for this show hasn't even rolled over.
Well, just let us know if me and Steve are boring you, you know. You'll always give it the time out.
You just wait to see if I fall out of the chair.
I'm waiting. The thing is, there's always a collector, isn't there? There's always someone out there that collects a particular item. Always. Whether they collect clocks or they collect hoovers, like vacuums. You know, here we go. Here we go.
What is it?
It's a timer for something. Is it a timer?
It's a timer, and it's a light from a stove. I can't think of the brand of stove, but it's one of the ones that was made in the time period. The timer still works.
Yeah.
And it's got it. I thought it was going to be built into the stove, but actually it's got its electrical cord. Yeah, turn it around here. It's still got the original dirt on it. It's got its electrical cord. And I plug this in, and I bet this thing's going to work. It uses the shorter aquarium style light bulbs, which I actually happen to have, but I won't be parting with those. I'll just maybe use it for show, because those light bulbs are worth money. And you ask what will be a value that's small. If you find fuses, especially older fuses, I don't know if you use them this way, they would screw in to a fuse box for controlling the current limiting. And in the US, the fuse box screw-ins were the same size as light bulbs, the standard incandescent bulb. They were exactly the same size. I'll get this out. So the fuses were, boy, I'm not used to this, were exactly the size.
Right.
And, to my knowledge, if you go to the average store that has, home electrical, hardware store, I don't think you're going to find fuses. You're going to have a hell of a time finding them.
I mean, like you've just pointed out there. I mean, who knew that everything would go to LED lighting? If I'd have known this 10 years ago, I might have started saving particular light bulbs, because you just won't find them anymore.
I saved a number of specialty light bulbs. And believe it or not, the specialty light bulbs were the ones that are still allowed to be made in this country. Right. I didn't see that coming. I thought they'd all be unavailable. I still have like 50 or more compact fluorescents I've never used.
Yeah, because even here in the UK, there are particular types of light bulbs that we just can't get our hands on anymore. So the actual item is worthless because there's no bulb for it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, right now where I'm sitting, I'm actually using some lights that are probably 30 or 40 years old. They're inefficient as hell, but I don't use them very often. Right now I have the 4-foot fluorescent segments on. And somewhere in here, I've got some 8-foot ones too. I don't even use.
Yeah, you're talking about the little tubes.
Yeah, like in the ceiling tubes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when they go, or they may not go. I mean, I may go first, but if I wind up using them a lot, I will clip out the ballast and put, line voltage. LEDs into the old fixtures. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
I would love to put dimmable LEDs in.
Yeah. And I don't even know whether they're a good idea, the LED bulbs.
LEDs, until relatively recently, past couple of years, were known for not putting out any infrared. What do you mean not infrared? Any ultraviolet. But the way in which we generate white LEDs, they're not white. They're a blue, and they may be a very far blue, going into the beginning of the ultraviolet spectrum. And what they do is they work just like the fluorescent lights. They hit the phosphors, excite the phosphors, that then fluoresce and give us the combination of colors to give us an appearance of white light.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they're a good idea. I mean, we've got a big one on the ceiling here that's got LED lighting in, and I don't think it's a good idea. But
What do you think's bad about them?
the spectrum of light that it emits.
That's true. They're not continuous spectrum.
Yeah, it's apparently it's the same sort of spectrum as a full moon.
No, it spikes. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 spikes or so, and then you perceive that to be the equivalent of white light, but it really isn't. It's just paying attention to the photoreceptors in your eye and trying
Right.
to give it the same balance. I have some lights that, if you use them in different environments, look markedly different. I have one that reacts with one of the rooms in the building that creates a super green hue to everything.
Right.
And it's because of the pigments in the paint respond to that frequency of light in a spectacular way. I take it to something else that appears to be the same color, I don't get the same response.
Mm-hmm.
I used to mix, God, it's a long time ago in the 80s. Yeah, mid-early 80s. I used to mix several different fluorescent lights together along with a little bit of incandescent, and I would get a very pleasing result to the eye. But they were totally different phosphors. If you
Right.
want
Yeah.
to, if you want to see what's in your light, if you have a CD or DVD, take the shiny side up and look at it and watch the diffraction grading. Watch the colors you see, and you'll see the specific colors that you've got from your light.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a massive changeover, isn't it? You know, even new cars have got LED lights in, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, they're not like the old school bulbs. So you can unpop it and pop a new bulb in.
I had a friend, he's dead now, so I can tell the story, but he had a firearm that the serial number had been altered on. And he was showing me it. He got it from a cop, a dirty cop from a town not too far from here. And he said, "You can't see the serial number." And I looked at it with an LED light, sort of, laser type light, but it wasn't laser. And I was able to angle it just such that I could see what wasn't there, that didn't show under normal lighting. And he's like, "Oh," it's like, and like the thing you have there that's stamped "Made in the USA." If you were able to gouge that out, but then get that metal to be smooth and give it a mild acid bath, you would be able to see the arrangement of the metal crystals that still saw that impact, even though they weren't really moved. You'd be able to read that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what police labs do, to read these things.
Yeah. 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 Because once that's pressed, it's made the molecules or whatever it is in the metal different to around it.
And the shock propagates through it.
Yeah.
It's not as good as the first, but you'll see it.
Yeah.
And people, come on. It's like, I mean, there are techniques that people use, but it's not that type of technique.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to say what I've heard people use, because I don't want anybody to do those things. Yeah, you're right, Jody. 100-watt incandescent is similar to a 15-watt LED, and you're absolutely right. About a 5-fold improvement, and about a 4-fold improvement with the compact fluorescents. One of the things about the old fluorescent lights, if you have them, the ballast, the current limiting devices, they use almost as much power as the tubes use. So if you've got 40-watt tubes, you got 2 of those, that's 80. You're probably losing another 40, 60 watts or so in the ballast.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to an electronic ballast, you'll reduce that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was told, a few years ago now, by a shop that sells sort of electrical items, i.e. bulbs and stuff, that them long tubes, they're phasing them out here in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't buy them, especially a particular size. You know, like the 8-foot ones now, they're like rocking horse poop now. You just can't get them. And I find many of them now where people just can't get the bulb from anymore.
Well, the problem is shipping those through the mail.
Yeah. Yeah. And generally, the ones that I do find now are really, really old, you know.
In this country, and I'll show you what probably isn't worth much, but there are some that are. I don't know if I can do this, but if you can see the style of construction on my mic boom, most lamps you find like that are not worth much. But if you find the ones that have real goosenecks or different articulated mechanisms, some of those can be worth real money, at least in this country. They're and they're heavy.
Yeah.
So some of them, are fluorescent. Some are incandescent. Some have magnifying lenses in it. And, again, if you find the weird color, people want to be retro steampunk, but different. They will pay up for, a blue one when everything else was brown or silver.
Yeah. Yeah. And made with proper steel.
Yeah.
I just got to close this blind. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, I used to live right next to a railroad track, but didn't have that much. That trains were smaller, a lot smaller, and the last passenger service on that run was by steam. Oh, it gets better now. Now we didn't keep our steam as long as you did, but the steam that I can just remember was there was something they had called a Touch of Dutch Day, and they had 2 times where they had what they called Iron Horse Rambles, Pennsylvania Railroad. It was interesting because it was Reading back. I think it was Pennsylvania Iron Horse Rambles. Maybe they're Reading. 2124 and I think 2121 or something like that engines, and there's a little train station. And when I was probably about 3 years old, there's a picture of me that I couldn't identify as me. It's in a history book, and what I was able to identify was my grandfather when he looked a lot younger than I remembered him looking. But I had some vague remembrance of being picked up and put on the bumper or the catcher of this thing. And I remember the hat that I wore at that time. It was one of the, I don't know if it was styrofoam or whatever, and it had a really flat white brim. There was only one of those out there. And so there's me in a history book. You know you're old when you show up in the history books.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know the guy took the picture.
Wow.
I have to, while he's still alive, I need to talk to him about, he was a rail buff and took pictures of rail things forever. And I need to talk to him if he's considered about having those things preserved. And I could do that where, I take the custody, can even sell the originals, but I would scan them at high resolution, properly done. Maybe some of the real pick ones I might do a wet scan on. And I could go as far as saying if they go to a strictly not-for-profit or not-for-profit use, there's just the handling costs,
Yeah.
Otherwise, I get the commercial access. And I think what will happen if nobody steps forward, they'll either wind up in a basement, all get donated somewhere, or get thrown away.
Yeah. I'll have to sort out some of the things I've got that might be of some value. I know I've got a couple of things, not many,
I have my
but
eBay.
like it might be some.
Go ahead.
It might be something that the US market might really like, because from what I learned, the US seem to like a lot of the UK stuff.
Yes.
You know, that's got a little bit of age. You know, stuff that you guys never have or never seen before. But it's because it's part of the UK, the Americans seem to love it, especially the richer Americans. You know, like money's no object, and they just buy it.
Well, I have my eBay helpers here.
Which are Paddington and Bear, isn't it? Is that Paddington and Bear? And Box the Builder?
I don't know what they are. I forget. Let's see.
Are they from the UK?
One says it's an Anna Lee Doll Society, 1988. The other one says 1987. Wow. One has a tag here. No, I'm sorry, they're made in the USA, but at least one of them has either a model number or a serial number on it, and it's one of my not better picks.
That Rain Mac, the yellow Rain Mac, looks like it's something from Paddington Bear.
Looks like something I remember as a 3-year-old, except for the back. I don't remember a cap coming down like that.
Yeah. 1988. Wow.
I consider that new. That's scary. You know, there's a TV program that you probably are familiar with. Are You Being Served?
Of course.
And there's a line in there where old Mr. Grace, I think it's when the Japanese had come in to buy everything. And he said, you know, they were working on a price. And, you know, everybody's worried the store is going to be sold. And they were in there talking about all these fine antiques. So old Mr. Gray says, "Oh, these things were new when I got here." Antiques.
Yeah, I mean that program alone must be. Well, I used to watch that as a youngster, so you know I'm sort of probably going back 30 odd years ago now, maybe more.
I was able.
You know, the best character. The best character I can remember is the one that used to kept saying, "I'm free." You know, the one that was a little bit.
Humphrey. He was never this. He was never this way or that way.
Yeah.
Yes, I was interestingly able to download, I think, the entire series off of YouTube at a fair resolution. Nothing great, but quite watchable. Yeah. Sometime I'll get around to watching it again.
I mean, that might even go back as far as the 70s.
Oh, I'm sure that it does.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, because you're not the only person of your sort of age that's mentioned that program to me. You know, his name, Queen City Picker, Tom. You know, he said exactly the same thing.
Well, listen, I have to tell you that, you know, my family had a real traitor to the crown. Yeah, on the Declaration of Independence. See if you can, if I can get this right, see if you can figure out what that name was.
Hancock.
That's it. Yeah, that's all right. Depending upon how you read U.S. law, we may have had another trader. It all depends how you read it. But I think it was my great grandfather, after becoming he was from Canada, and after becoming a United States citizen, he was probably pretty close to my age, maybe a little bit younger, had offered to serve uh, His Majesty's government in any army, whether it be Canada or England whatsoever. And I had the citizenship papers that said that he specifically disavowed any oath, any allegiance to any other foreign power, specifically England and the king at the time. So it's interesting to have both sets of paper.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Wow.
What was really interesting is the same fella. He, as I remember, he was a significant rank or officer in the Order of the Maccabees, Tent 7 in, I think, Ontario, Canada. And if I understand that correctly, that was actually likely that his mother was Jewish, which I never would have suspected. Now, I do not know this for absolute fact because there's some things that don't show up in the Bible, at least not the family Bible. And I find that to be an interesting surprise. You learn all sorts of things when you dig through.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, well, that time's come for me now, and I'm going to have to jump the ship. And it's a real pleasure, Steve, to talk to you, meet you, and that. And thank you, Cliff, for allowing me to come
Absolute
up.
pleasure, Snobby.
I really appreciate that. And Cliff, thanks for letting me up.
Thanks for being here, brother.
I like your panel, and I like the people you have. So I'll see you next time. And I'll try and find some more interesting things to show you. Bye for now.
See you, man.
I think this is the most talk about stuff that has ever been on this channel.
Yeah, Josh, the next pickup I'm buying is a Toyota Tundra. I've had enough of Chev shenanigans. Right now I'm in a Mitsubishi, but I did have a 91 Toyota pickup, and that's the last made. It was a B2600. It was the last year they made them in Japan. Thing is, the big three, they're always trying new things, new components, new manufacturing procedures, trying to save $1 on every alternator they can, and Toyota just works on what they've got, makes it better. Don't get me started on Lincoln SUVs. Lincoln has never made a good SUV. But that is a flashy vehicle, though. First watch, then speak.
Oh my, I have two of them. I see I'm back, but I don't hear anybody else. I hear that delightful printer printing.
What's up?
I hear that delightful sound of your printer printing.
Nope.
What do I hear? Water running?
You might hear the fans on my computer.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
That's that sound.
Yeah, I sort of attributed that to your printer too.
I ramped up the fans a little bit. Is that the one you're hearing?
Yeah, it's not loud. It's just a little bit. It's just, the room filling sound that, is usually below the threshold of the bigger sound you're trying to make. Silence sounds really weird. I have noise canceling headphones on.
A quiet home is surprisingly loud. It's got to be. I think I measured a quiet house is. It was crazy. It was something like 56 decibels.
I remember walking into some very sound deadened rooms, testing places for like stuff for Apollo, or down at GE Space Center. And after a minute or so, not only do you hear your heartbeat and hear the air, you hear the blood going through your blood vessels. I mean, you can really hear it, and it's just things you never hear.
Yeah, I hear you, Josh. There, a decent Ford or Chevy or Dodge will set you back 60 or 70 grand, and you get one hell of a truck from Toyota if you spend that money. Nah, Eric, the light bulb's all burnt out an hour ago. Yeah, that's very true. They hold their resale value crazy. And the 2007s and 2008s actually are starting to roll over 1 million miles, I've seen. Yeah, Steve. Ever since Canadian National Railway went majority American owned, the trains are just getting longer. They're over 2 miles long nowadays,
Yeah, with a front
and
engine.
they're actually um, turning sidings into the second track. And this track that's running past me here is they're twinning it from Edmonton out to Saskatoon, which is about 6 hour drive if you were to drive along it.
Are they using locomotives at the front and middle? And the question is, are they also using them on the end?
Sometimes.
I have heard that when you get trains like that, it's a real test to balance the load correctly going uphill and downhill. Because if you get it wrong, you will break the couplers.
Mm-hmm. And CN is actually testing a electric locomotive from Edmonton to Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Do you mean
That
electrically powered from an overhead line?
it's I believe it's now I'm thinking about it, I think it's actually natural gas powered.
Well, aren't all the diesels in use now? Aren't they like diesel running to a generator that then runs the motors?
Yeah.
Where I am, we have like the Pennsylvania Railroad, I believe, is electrified between roughly, it might go east to Philadelphia, but from Philadelphia to Harrisburg, and then after that, it's not electrified. So that's about, I guess, 120 miles or so that's electrified. Maybe 100. Something like that. The our passenger rail service is called Amtrak, and I had heard on the news they want to buy new coaches that will go faster to like 160 miles an hour. The only catch is the track isn't even standing up to the full speed of the current stuff. And I think they're banking on quite a few billion out of the infrastructure bill that isn't likely to get done anytime soon.
I used to work with a guy who Snobby isn't here anymore, Eric. But I was saying I used to work with a guy who did track inspection for Amtrak lines. And he highly, highly recommended I never ride a passenger train in North America. And I said, okay, explain. And he was in the New England area, and he was tracing an internal track defect for 2.5 miles. And he got an order the crew got an order over the radio to clear the track, while an Amtrak train blew past them at 200 miles an hour. And they wouldn't let them slow that section of track down. But he was tracking one internal defect along the rail for 2.5 miles.
By internal defect, do you mean that when the rail was made, it wasn't made properly?
It was an internal crack. Like they were X-raying the rail.
So it's one area that there's a crack.
Yeah. inside the rail.
Mm-hmm. You have to forgive me. I still have my UK mindset on. I'm thinking of metal ties, not not wooden ones, not concrete.
Okay, yeah. To correct myself, they're using natural gas. They ret. Where did that go now? They retrofitted two 3,000 horsepower locomotives with engines that run on a fuel mix of 90% liquefied natural gas and 10% diesel.
If memory serves me correctly, in the 20s and 30s, that is the 1920s, 30s, maybe a little earlier, there were quite a few rail vehicles in the U.S. that were gas, electric. And I'm not sure if they were natural gas or gasoline. I think, it's, sort of like, rail cars that weren't trolleys that worked like trolleys. Trolleys in this country would be, like 20, 30 passenger, four-wheeled, passenger cars. You're running usually by electric. Sometimes called streetcars, and you go earlier. And then there were streetcars that would hold like maybe up to 20 people, and they were done by horse. Rail, pulled by horse. It's amazing the stuff we've done and don't do anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that from people, they talk about air pollution, and they said, well, back when there were horses in Philadelphia, people didn't, are they complaining about air pollution now? It was worse then, and you could slip and slide in it. And people fail to remember, like, when they had horses on roads, occasionally the horse would break down. What do you do with a broken down horse? You leave it. So there'd be these dead horses along the way, and there'd be, like cities, they'd have people go out looking for dead horses to get rid of them before they rot. Eric, I don't find them very often. But, sometimes, there might be 20 or 50 or 100 I might run across all at one time. I almost never see the boxes.
Yeah, Jody, that'd be cool if we had high-speed service between Edmonton and Calgary. I miss the hourly service that Greyhound provided, because that bus was almost never full. And then that one guy in Saskatchewan, I think it was, or Winnipeg, cut another guy's head off on the bus when all hell broke loose. Yeah, in Winnipeg, west of Winnipeg. I'm not sure if that's still running out east. But yeah, rumors were Red Arrow was trying to pick up most of the routes that Greyhound had. I did see a garage sale on Yard Sale Treasure Map one day in Calgary. The guy had those big chrome Greyhounds that was up on the terminal in Calgary. Like these from snout to tail, they must have been 6 or 8 feet long. And I didn't make it to that sale. You know, Steve, when resellers on YouTube they'll show their yard sale treasure map on the camera and it's just full of red pins. Well, Craigslist isn't that popular in Canada. And most of the time, I'll find a pin on Yard Sale Treasure Map a 5-hour drive away, and that's one pin.
Well, Craigslist isn't that popular in the U.S. now either.
Oh shit, I got 3 in Edmonton. Yeah, Eric, I think so. We will get used to each other. Because like I've said before, I thought about the price, and then there was 9 boxes of filament in with it. So if the 3D printer didn't work for me, I had those boxes of filament that would have given me my money back. Jody, you know offhand if DYK Post is open on Sundays or Saturdays? Before I look it up. You use it more than I do. That's why I was asking. Hmm. Yeah, I remember you mentioning something like that, Eric. But I think it'd be quite a bit of work to, like G.I. Joe's, for example, like making a G.I. Joe arm, just as a rough example. You wouldn't be able to get it as smooth as what they had in the factory, kind of thing. But you get, I don't know, you might get damn close. But just looking at the two Lego bricks I printed off, one you can see the lines, you can see the layers, but the other one, I printed it with higher quality. You can't really see the layers, but you can feel them when you run your fingernail across them. It might be a little bit of extra work to get. I see. Even this thing, it wasn't made with the best quality that was available. It was next one down, like talking about very high quality versus the possibility of extreme quality. That was a 4-hour difference. But you can't see the layers, but you can feel them when you run. What? Search for G.I. Joe in the website tanks. Shit, maybe. Huh. 1980s G.I. Joe Killer Whale gun tip. Hmm. Yeah, it's possible. Acetone smoothing. Hmm.
I'm not sure, but I think that will sell if it sells for somewhere between 30 and 50 plus shipping. I think I paid, I think gave my friend $1 or two, considering might have paid a little more, but scrap steel, which that would have gone to, would be, I think, 4 or 5 cents a pound. So, 20 cents versus a couple bucks, to my friend, and then I'll if I sell it, I'll do considerably better. Eric, I don't send offers to watchers. I don't even want offers. Usually when I've gotten offers, it's been from other resellers wanting to resell the same thing. And I just don't play that game.
I don't. I don't send offers to watchers because to me it kind of reeks of desperation.
I wonder.
You show them that you're desperate to sell it, then it kind of gives them the power kind of thing.
I wonder if we can send offers to watchers for more than the listing.
That's an interesting concept because they can sure make an offer that's higher than the listing.
Well, if you get an offer like that, your scam and meter ought to light up really bright.
Yeah.
And you'd be smart to block that buyer right away. Because invariably something like that's going to be, oh, I just purchased it. I gave you the wrong address. Please ship it here, and all this other crap. Oh, no, it's not what I wanted. It's not exactly. You charged me too much. All this stuff. And if you're in Walmart, you go to the front register and say, boy, this was marked $19.99. I want to pay $29.99. Yeah. Eric, I will send offers to sellers even when they don't have best offer turned on if I want something, especially if I want to buy more than one of their items. And I did that recently on some memory, and my offer was a very good offer because the amount that I wanted to reduce it by was less than the cost of shipping if they'd sold them separately. Eric, I think that here's my philosophy on stuff. I think if you offer the customer the price up front, I think that's part of servicing more customers than the ones you don't know about. Especially if it's either replenishable that you get that exact item or other ones that will take its place just as well. I wouldn't hold on to those. If it's something that's unique, yeah, maybe. I've listened to plenty of sellers say they put something out, let's say at 150, they've gotten offers at 75, 80, 100, they've declined them, and then they get a buyer at the full price for a unique item. If your price is off, yeah, or if it's been sitting there for a year, maybe.
Problem with offers is if you accept an offer, they can still take 2 days to pay you.
Or not pay you at all.
Yeah. So I kind of like what Tony Bernard does. he'll drop the price down to the offer, and then he'll message the buyer going, I dropped the price down to your offer. You better buy it now or someone else will.
Oh, how I wish eBay had that feature. Mark my price to the offer and on the sale price and hold it there for 24 hours.
Yeah.
At the end of 24 hours, it goes back up, move along.
Yeah, that'd be handy if that was automatic.
Oh, it'd be wonderful. You set it for, I think you should be able to set it for permanently for 24, 48 hours, something like that. That'd just be wonderful. And message the offer that this is what happened. Sellers adjusted their price for you for 24 hours. You can buy it directly from the website. Be quick because anybody else can buy it for this price too. After that, the price reverts. I've had some items people made offers that were so ridiculous. It's such a nuisance, and they come back on multiple accounts where I've just taken the item off. I'll leave it off for maybe a month and then put it back. Taking it off the one account, putting it on another account doesn't work because they'll fine you. If you want to spy on your competition or what they're doing and figure it out, all you got to do is go in the eBay, search with a 2-mile radius of that seller, of where you think somebody's located. And that's going to give you a pretty good idea of where they are, increase your circle. And you're going to probably be able to figure out where they're going. So you need to be a little bit careful how you list and describe things.
Do you run sales and promoted listings as well? So you can price it high and then run a sale and promoted to bring it back down a little bit, but it gives people that false impression that they're getting a deal.
Or the right impression that if they don't buy it while the sale's running, the price will be higher for some period.
Yeah.
My feelings on promoted listings, if you have something and you're not pricing at the high end of, or if you're not going for the low end sale, my feeling is give the customer the price, don't give eBay the money. And at least that used to work. So rather than give eBay 5 or 10%, just adjust the price. Personally, I think promoted is evil. It works against the customer too. Oh, how I'd love to be able to say I'm a customer and don't show me any promoted listings. eBay will come up with a feature to show you only promoted listings or make that the default. I think it sort of is in some categories.
Jody, I have to get with Tommy again for him to show me because I can't figure out how that was done. I mean, I'm kind of running promoted, but it's like the interfacing isn't the same. But it was like it was like holy fuck AM in the morning that he showed me, and I don't feel like sitting through a 5-hour video to, to see that again. He did say that he'd help me with it, but I messaged him and he never got back to me, so. But after he did show me that one day for that 24-hour promoted and sale together, I got 2 questions on 2 different listings, and a whole shit ton of watch. Like I got another dozen watchers, and geez, probably 150 more views across the whole store. But where I go to for promo and sale, like it just doesn't look the same as what he directed me to, if that makes sense.
Cliff, are you on eBay Canada or?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, Jody. I get it. I just don't remember how to do it the way he showed me how to do it. Like I go to Markdown Manager and create promotion, then it says sale plus Markdown. Unless that's the same thing, just in one motion. But the way he showed me it was to run a promotion and then go back in and start a sale. But the way I'm doing it now, like I'm still getting but yeah, I don't get the same, I don't have the same seller hub as you guys have.
That's all right, Cliff. I get different interfaces on different accounts wind up looking totally different.
Like even if I go, like I signed up with ebay.ca, but I can still go to ebay.com and log into my account, right? But like the interfacing is not the same as what Tommy showed me his looked like. Like I didn't have the options that he had from either account. No, you didn't lose sound. Because neither of us are saying nothing. Smart ass.
Yeah, I wish eBay did have a sandbox for buyers to experiment in. Same thing. You just have to know to get to it, and you could even log in, make test sales from yourself, see what the buyers really experience, not what, you know, we're told they experience. It would just really be wonderful. Oh, Jody, I've got plenty of hot air. Just not enough thoughts to propel it. Yeah, I'm just playing with my balls, my golf balls. How do I do this? I gotta wash those. What did I do last with a job with a boss? You mean before I fired him? That's a very good question. I guess the closest thing I did was I did a short stint, about a half a year, as doing courier work. That would be it. That would be like 12 years ago. And yeah. Yeah, Jody, I actually missed a little bit of the courier work. I was in Pittsburgh at the time, and I was working with a company called American Expediting, and I was one of their more reliable, more durable couriers that they could send on long hauls. And having any 10% of what I know now, it'll be nothing for them to send me on a 2, 3, 4, 500 mile away from Pittsburgh run. And that would usually be after, a bunch of stuff, other little things get done. And I'll tell you, I mean, me taking 1, 2, 3 days to return instead of just the next day, they, for the not all the time, but sometimes they wouldn't have missed me too much. And lots of picking opportunities going through West Virginia, Central Pennsylvania, into Ohio, Michigan, for what's below West Virginia? I don't remember, but all of that stuff. And I'd always come back the non-interstate way, taking the old roads, which were almost as quick, but you'd always be somewhere. Very good way to get half of your travel expense paid for. All mileage plus you get paid to boot. Jody, what type of picture taking are you doing? Events? Okay, I hope I won't lose my.
At least you're in a photogenic city, Jody. Until I put that skyscraper up. Whoops. I got a notice popped up on my StreamYard that there's an issue streaming to YouTube. I'll be signing off here in a few minutes.
That sounds good.
Eric, it's Edmonton, Alberta.
Yeah, photographers make pictures.
The skyscraper is beautiful itself. It just doesn't suit the skyline, but
Jody, what do you use for post-processing?
I was born in '83. This is actually a pretty cool book. '83 World University Games. Turn the next page. You have Prince Charles and Lady Diana. Eric, I am a spring baby. April 18th. Huh. There's an interesting bit on it that I read as I flipped through it, but I can't find it now.
I see I was muted. I was saying the thing I hate about the cheapy Canon T3 Rebel is there's no external mic input. And the other thing I don't like about DSLRs is the amount of noise they make when you take a picture that disturbs wildlife. So I wind up using a much cheaper, less capable camera that is extremely quiet. The biggest problems with that is how long it takes to process a picture, taking it, and it's not as good a image sensor on it. Other than that, it works. Jody, that once again, that's the BM800 mic. You can get pretty cheap, especially if you don't want the stand and other stuff. I'm thrilled with it. I think if you use it at the right distance, it can also make an excellent vocal mic. I wouldn't use it, on stage. It just wouldn't hold up, and you'd have too many other competing sounds going for it. You can get those mics in silver, black, gold, and blue.
Josh, this. Go ahead.
This is Judgment Care USA.
I have no idea what's going to be printed up next. I have a list of wants. That's about it. It's just a matter of getting the time to print it out.
That's right. I didn't make the blooper. I made the blooper video. Wow, we're over the 5-hour mark.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Good night, guys.
Jody, I did. No, that's not it. Whoops. No, that's not it. There it is. Supposed to be a battery cover for a Game Boy Advance. But it just, I don't know, it doesn't seem right to me. But I would have to get a Game Boy Advance to see if it fits. Or see if it works, see if it latches, because to me, it doesn't make sense. Because there's nothing in there for it to latch anywhere. And there's a mess. There's a goop spot in it.
1981.
Yeah, Myra, you're just in time for me to leave. I've been napping enough as it is. Only 7? Well, Myra, I've been on for 5 hours now. 5 and a quarter. So thanks for. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Might as well just stay up and catch the next sleep, right? Singing Elvis karaoke.
Misha's still here?
No, she's in the living room singing Elvis.
Didn't know she could go that low with her voice. Misha, check your voice.
She can't.
You know, I
She
think
can't.
that's going to be. I think it's going to be a permanent joke. check your text or.
Yeah. She can't go that low.
Well, there's auto pitch correct.
It was pretty wild, though, how big her eyes got that day.
Yep.
Like I think the edge of the video feed on the camera bulged. They just.
Yeah.
Good times. So, yeah, Steve, thanks for hanging out, man.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your wisdom and counsel.
Who are you talking to? Nobody else here.
Look around, you'll find them.
Hey, just remember, it's a guy playing with mismatched balls here.
Well, that reminded me.
Got like 20 pounds of them. Uh-oh, we're losing Bum Crack. Good night, Bum Crack.
Bao Ding, they're called.
Oh, worry balls. They sort of vibrate when you hit them together. Oh, yeah.
But you actually, the whole idea is to, and then go the other way. I'm not so good the other way.
I think I have a set that size and another one that's smaller somewhere.
But when you do that, you actually exercise your entire forearm. Yeah, I saw them in the Value Village. I couldn't pass them up. And most of the instruction sheet I had to Google or had to translate on iTranslate.
I've never translated the instructions. I've had them for a long time. There you go.
Bao Ding Iron Ball from 1985.
Sounds like something you put in the cannon.
Yeah, because the English translation is rough, like really rough. Yeah, you showed your mismatched balls. I had to show my matching balls.
Now let's see you show 3 of them. How do you do this? Here we go. And just in case you're so inclined, I'll put something here you can't do. Here's 5. So maybe that'll deter you.
I don't think, yeah, I concede. I don't think I have that many balls in this entire house in any variety.
Okay, here's one for you. And I don't know if I want to leave the, yeah, this is a more modern version of that stuff I had up before. And I don't think you're going to need that one. What do you think? Homeopathic
No.
preparation, irregular or delayed menses. Wow.
You don't have any medicine with arsenic in them or anything like that, eh?
Not these. Unfortunately, the good chemicals, which actually have real uses, most of those are, God, even the sulfur got lost. And that's a shame. They were, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a bottle. This is the last thing here.
Yeah. I thought so too. Jody. 24-hour stream. You know what? I don't think my internet would allow it. Because when I got this internet package, I wasn't intending on doing any live streaming. It wasn't even a thought, much less a fleeting thought.
Maybe it's just a fleeting. But these are truly old. If you ever see these around, where it's a paper label underneath glass, this is actually glass that covers this, not tape. So these are the types of, if you see these, I don't know if they're worth 20, 30, 50, or 100, but somewhere in there, grab them. I'll show you the bottom of the bottle. And then the cap, if you can see that, how that's sort of frosted, that's a ground glass. You may find ground glass in other things, including like clock bezels. If you see that, it was expensive to make, and they would still be expensive today. I found that about reading some carriage clocks, which I've got one. I got to figure out what's wrong with it. That's it. That's it, Cliff. Come on back in.
Yeah, they do have in bongs and other smoking vessels, they use the frosted glass fittings.
Wow, something I didn't know.
It's a little dirty, and excuse me for that, but that's what that fitting is. Nope. I thought I had another fitting here, but they're in the other side of the house. But yeah, good night, Steve.
Good night.
Or good day.
Good
night,
morning.
everybody.
At least it's not good afternoon.
I'll just say bye to everybody.
I'm going to go dark.
Yeah, Jody, day's pretty well shot, and it'll be ruined by. Really? Half a sneeze. Day's pretty well shot, and it'll be ruined by the time I have breakfast, right? But thanks for hanging out, y'all. Right till the bitter end. Yeah. Thank you. We said I didn't sneeze all over the cat. He'd be pissed.